尊敬的各位来宾，比赛即将开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly. Can we please ask you to kindly take your seat? We would like to remind you again to switch off your mobile phone and put your electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
充分发挥产业链、创新链、人才链、教育链4链协同效应，加快构建完善基础研究加技术攻关加成果产业化加科技金融加人才支撑的全过程创新生态链，不断加强对我市战略新兴产业、未来产业与创新领域的助推力。在澳大利亚悉尼、加拿大多伦多、德国柏林、以色列特拉维夫、日本东京、荷兰埃因霍温、西班牙马德里、英国伦敦、美国硅谷全球主要创新地，采用线上办赛模式举办9场海外分站赛，设置新一代电子信息、数字与时尚、高端装备制造、绿色低碳、新材料、生物医药与健康、海洋经济7个行业决赛。设置人工智能检测、功率半导体材料的技术开发、新型稀土材料的研发及应用技术3大悬赏赛，参赛者不限国籍，大赛总奖金1000。
Dear distinguished guests, judges, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the opening ceremony of the 5th China Shenzhen Innovation and Entrepreneurship International Cooperation Canada Division and Sci Innovation Competition 2021, Canada's largest and most influential innovation competition. This is Ashley from Sci Innovation Centre. Entering into the 5th year, the Canadian final will feature 21 contestants who will pitch the projects to a panel of 14 judges. The top 6 Canadian teams will be awarded a cash prize of up to 100,000 RMB each, an opportunity to compete the global final competition, in which they will compete with their counterparts from the US, UK, Australia, Japan, Germany, Spain, for dozens of cash investment globally. 尊敬的各位领导、嘉宾、评委、女士们、先生们，晚上好！欢迎参加加拿大最大、最具影响。
Welcome to the opening ceremony of the 5th China Shenzhen Innovation and Entrepreneurship Innovation and Sci Innovation Competition 2021. And this is Deng Jiaxing from the Sci Innovation Centre. Entering into the 5th year, the Canadian final will feature contestants who will pitch ideas to a panel of 14 judges, and the top 6 Canadian team will be awarded a cash prize of up to 10,000 RMB each, and an opportunity to compete at the global final of Sci Innovation Competition, in which they will compete with their counterparts from the US, UK, Australia, Japan, Germany, and Spain for dozens of cash awards prizes up to 1.35 million RMB each. The great exposure in the global final will help these Canadian startups find manufacturing partners, expand market, and seek investment globally. First, please allow me to introduce our distinguished guests today. And we have with us Ms. Gao Dongchun, the Deputy Director General of Human Resources and Social Security Administration of Shenzhen Municipality, Ms. Lin Li, Deputy Director General of Human Resources and Social Security Administration of Bao'an District, and we also have Canadian guests, Ms. Qi Jia, Chairman of Sci Innovation Centre and Chairman of Canada Confederation of Shenzhen Association, Ms. Qian Jingqiu, Council of Science and Technology, Chinese Consulate General in Toronto, Mr. Denzel Miron Wang, Honorable Deputy Mayor of Toronto, Mr. Zhou Songnian, Fellow of the Canadian Academy of Engineering and President of Expert Advisory Committee of Sci Innovation Centre. And we also have with us Leslie, Commercial Officer from the Canadian Representative Office in Shenzhen. And we also have with us Dr. Liu Huanming, the CEO of Sci Innovation Centre and Executive Chairman of Canada Confederation of Shenzhen Associations, Cameron Turnbull, the Brand Director of Nanoleaf. And now, please allow me to introduce you the judges of this.
的评委有加州大学尔文分校计算机科学博士、多伦多大学电子工程系教授朱建文博士，中电智谷创新资源部总监、中电零度资本投资总监刘晨曦女士。通过连线的评委有加拿大全球咨询公司 HRX Capital 总裁及 CEO Entrepreneurship， 加拿大著名天使投资人 Collective Agreement 公司创始人和管理合伙人 Bruce Young， 加拿大 Cogito 资本董事总经理，加拿大著名风险投资家 Derek Lee， 加拿大 Low and Growth and Associate 管理律师，中国跨文化谈判及战略规划权威 Low and Growth， 加拿大安大略省前科技厅厅长 SCI 专家咨询委员会荣誉主席 Dr. Riza Maridi， 紫金港资本董事长陈军先生，深圳市海洋能源与环境安全重点实验室副主任，深圳市技术大学表面与界面前沿科学与工程应用中心副主任杨帆博士，加拿大工程院院士 SCI 中加国际创新中心专家咨询委员会主席周松年先生，加拿大著名风险投资家红杉资本中国区管理合伙人中金资本前副总裁 Kevin 潘，加拿大 Vital Bio 研发首席 Howtech 创新中心前首席执行官 Kevin 明博士，汉唐投资创始人 CCTV2 专家评论员前软银金融集团亚太资深风控官孙磊先生，深圳市科技创新创业促进副会长海量资本合伙人孙兴先生。谢谢各位嘉宾和评委的出席。首先有请深圳市人力资源和社会保障局副局长高东春女士上台致辞，大家欢迎。
尊敬的各位嘉宾、女士们、先生们，大家好。由深圳市主办的中国深圳创新创业大赛第5届国际赛加拿大多伦多分
Canada Division, hosted by the Shenzhen Municipal Government, is opening today in the virtual format. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend my warmest welcome to all the contestants, guests, and the juries, and my heartfelt gratitude to all the staffs and friends who have been supporting this competition. Shenzhen is a national innovative center in China with a great innovative capacity, and is also the core engine city in the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau Greater Bay Area. It is also called as the Silicon Valley in China. As an important portal in the reform and opening up progress in China, in the past 41 years since the establishment of the Special Economic Zone, we have amassed the global talents from domestic and overseas countries and realized the transformation from a border town to a metropolis with international influence. Currently, Shenzhen is actively building the innovative ecology chain of basic research plus technology breakthrough plus the achievement industrialization plus fintech and plus talent support, and is building itself as the first choice for the overseas talents to develop their business in China. The China Shenzhen Entrepreneurship and Innovative Competition was born in Shenzhen, who honors innovation. Since its inception in 2016, it is widely applauded by the overseas talents and has been increasing its global influence. It features globalization, high-end and specialization, and has attracted 6,182 projects from 89 countries. And for the 350 projects competing in Shenzhen, there are about 45 projects have landed in Shenzhen. Affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, this competition is upgraded to the online and offline model, the main venue in Shenzhen and branch venues overseas. Globally, we have 1,473 projects compete in this competition, up by 41% year-on-year. And for the Canada Toronto division, we have 188 projects. This competition is an important platform for Shenzhen to have international cooperation and communication. It will motivate the synergy of industrial chain, innovative chain, talent chain, and education chain, and continue to inspire the innovative potential and passion between the two sides. We sincerely hope all the talents to gather together in Shenzhen and to share the development opportunities. Lastly, I wish all the contestants a good results in this competition, and I wish the Canada division a complete success. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gao Dongchun, for your speech. Now let's welcome Ms. Qian Jingqiu, the Council of Science and Technology, Chinese Consulate General in Toronto, to give us a speech. Distinguished guests, leaders, judges, and contestants, good evening. I'm very honored to join you in the 5th China Shenzhen Innovation and Entrepreneurship International Competition. Firstly, on behalf of the Chinese Consulate General in Toronto, I would like to congratulate on the successful convention of this competition. Currently, China has initiated the overall building of the socialist modernization and has placed innovation at its core and been building the innovative environment. China is large in its market, wide in its application scenarios, which has built a wide stage for all the entrepreneurs. As the frontier in China's reform and opening up, Shenzhen is innovate because of its openness and has been complementary itself as the frontier of innovation. And for the pilot demonstration and in the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Greater Bay Areas development process, it will continue to attract the global talents. China and Canada have a solid cooperation in entrepreneurship and innovation based on the 2021 global business innovation ecosystem in the 260 innovative cities. Shenzhen and the Waterloo Technology Corridor has been the top 20. We are happy to see that since 2016, the Shenzhen Innovation and Entrepreneurship Innovation Competition has become an important platform for the resource and talents matchmaking and bring great opportunities for overseas talents to realize their business in China. And the Canadian contestants have achieved great results in the past few competitions and in fields like the AI, advanced manufacturing, and others. And for many contestants, they have successfully landed in Shenzhen and realized the rapid growth. The Chinese Consulate General in Toronto will continue to support the Chinese and Canadian enterprises to realize the communication and cooperation in innovation and deliver more benefits to the two sides and the peoples. Lastly, I wish everyone a good work and health. I wish all the contestants a great results and your dream come true. Thank you, Ms. Chang, for your speech. Now let's welcome Mr. Denzel Minong-Wang, the Deputy Mayor of Toronto, to deliver a welcome speech.
Sci Innovation Competition hosted by the Canada Confederation of Shenzhen Associations and the Sci Innovation Centre. As Deputy Mayor, I am proud to be part of today's event on behalf of the City of Toronto. 2021 marks the 5th anniversary of the establishment of friendship cities between Toronto and Shenzhen. This year's Sci Innovation Competition will be another international event connecting economy and culture, capital and technology. By working with leaders and innovators from Shenzhen in Canada and taking advantage of their resources, the CCSA enhances cooperation and exchange between Canada and Shenzhen. Additionally, the Sci Innovation Competition encourages and highlights the importance of innovation in the tech sector. As we saw over the past 2 years, the pandemic fast-tracked innovation, pushing government, businesses, and individuals to adapt to a new digitalized world. In just a small time period, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought about years of change in the way companies in all sectors and countries do business. To stay competitive in this new environment requires new strategies and practices. The pandemic highlighted technology's strategic importance as a critical component of business and governance, not just as a source of cost efficiencies. The tech sector continues to make significant strides in the development of information, biological, and clean technologies. However, it is our role as government and business leaders to support that work and invest in the future for everyone's benefit. I would like to express my gratitude and appreciation to the Canadian Confederation of Shenzhen Associations and the Sci Innovation Centre for their dedication to fostering the entrepreneurial spirit and for their hard work in bringing this event together. Congratulations, Toronto and Shenzhen.
Thank you for your remarks. Now let's give the floor to Mr. Zhou Songnian, the academician of Canadian Academy of Sciences and the expert from the advisory board.
I would congratulate the SCI organization for organizing these innovation competitions. Now we are in the 5th annual competition. Such competitions is especially valuable as we are experiencing the difficulties due to COVID-19, because these competitions provide exposure to the best breed Canadian innovative startup companies so that they are able to access resources, markets, and assistance in Canada, as well as in China and worldwide. So on behalf of the expert advisory committee, I would wish these companies participating in today's competition the best in their performance today, as well as for many years to come. Also, on behalf of all the judges today for the competition, I would like to commit ourselves to do our best professional job in selecting the most promising, best breed startup companies. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your remarks.
Sci Innovation Competition Canada division is officially launched.
Now I announce the 5th Innovation Competition Canada division is officially launched. Now, please allow me to introduce you a little bit about the rules of this final. And the final round will be conducted in the form of roadshow plus QA session with 5 minutes for roadshow and 5 minutes for QA. And the full score will be 100. And we will provide you a uniform evaluation sheet. Each judge will score separately. And after we sum up all the scores, we will remove the highest score and the lowest score and weigh the average. And the score will be taken to 2 decimal places for the final score. In case of equal scores, the judges will be asked to rescore these items, and the better one will win. And according to the rankings of the scores, the first, second, and third prizes will be selected. And according to the rankings of the scores in different industries, the top 2 in each industry will be promoted to the great final. And we will follow the principle of fair, impartial, and open to ensure the evaluation results are objective and true. And now I will give the floor to Ms. Sun Wenran from the Canadian side, and she will be the moderator.
Hi, Hi, everyone. My name is Wenran. It's my pleasure to meet you all. I'm the moderator for this session. Please be aware that this is an English-only session. For the audience who prefers to use Chinese, please switch to the Chinese channel by clicking the channel at the bottom of the Zoom meeting page. Or you can ask our team for the interpretation equipment if you're attending this event in person. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to let us know. Thank you. I'm going to repeat it again in Chinese. 大家好，在我们开始之前，
Well, before we start, all the audience, if you want to listen to Chinese, you can switch the Chinese channel. You can choose the Chinese, the interpretation button to choose Chinese channel. And for the audience attending this event offsite, you can get the receptor of simultaneous interpreting.
All right, thank you everyone. Now let's start the roadshow of Group A. Please pay attention to the countdown on the screen, and I will remind the presenter in advance before the countdown ends. Now, let's welcome the first team, Nuha from Earthos, to give their presentation. Please let me know when you're ready. Please share your presentation slides on the screen. Yes, thank you. Let me know when you're ready. We can start the timer.
All right. Sounds great.
Okay.
I'm ready.
Okay, thank you so much. Please start the countdown. 现在继续开始. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. I'm the co-CEO of Earthos, and we create plant-powered alternatives for plastics. Now, I know everyone is already aware that plastic has been a massive problem that we've been facing globally. With over 18 billion tons of plastic polluting our oceans every year, half of that is directly related to packaging or single use. With growing consumer trends and government influence in this space, industries have started to transition to sustainable materials, but there are still significant barriers to adopting and scaling. My co-founders and I started Earthos with the mission to make this transition to sustainable materials a more natural one. At Earthos, we transform agricultural byproducts into alternatives for traditional single-use plastic inputs, or known as resins. Our novel materials fit seamlessly into existing infrastructure, but they also result in significant environmental benefits. Our products are designed for the multi-billion dollar plastic industry, multiple applications in the single and limited space, like flexible food packaging, protective packaging. Despite the negative environmental impact of plastic, this industry continues to grow due to the lack of alternative sustainable solutions that are truly effective. That's why over years of research, we've narrowed down the two things that matter most to our industry and to our planet. Comes down to compatibility and sustainability. From a compatibility point, our materials don't require specialized infrastructure at the production or the adoption level, and we can avoid costly retooling of existing systems. We're also compliant with global compliance requirements like FDA to ensure maximum versatility. On the sustainability side of things, we don't have plastic from polluting our environment, but our materials are fully compostable and manufactured using a clean tech process that uses 95% less energy and water compared to plastic production without all of the toxins. To ensure maximum scale and the best unit economics, we've directly provided our material to single-use plastic manufacturers with established systems like injection molding or extrusion. They then convert our materials into a variety of different single-use products. But in order to strengthen our model and also collaborate along the supply chain, we work directly with large CPGs to seamlessly integrate our materials at every level and ensure our product needs of our ultimate users. So far, our early adopters are thrilled. Last year, we successfully validated our first line of resins with global brands like AB InBev in Asia Pacific. We created a plant-powered alternative to their plastic wraps that met the environmental requirements, making it one of the most effective solutions in the industry without any disruption. We strongly believe that the most diverse build the best products. And our vision has resonated with some of Canada's top talent and some incredible investors. Since incorporating in 2018, we've rapidly expanded our team to 20 and attracted world-class engineers and scientists to develop innovative sustainable materials. Our core business brings over 30 years of experience building scalable impact ventures. Our R&D team consists of stellar PhDs and master's graduates from top universities and bring a wealth of knowledge in chemical engineering and plant biology. After successfully receiving our first patent grant for our novel formulations, we've been building out our IP portfolio, additional patent pending, and creating value day by day within our technology. In this short period of time, we've also raised over $7.3 million in seed funding from incredible investors, including Horizon Ventures, the backers of Zoom, and Impossible Foods. We're also honored to be funded by Sustainable Development Canada, which has allowed us to build our first pilot demonstration facility in Toronto and expand our operations in Shenzhen, China. We've onboarded 8 incredible early customers to our pipeline who are eagerly awaiting our commercial launch next year, and our first product has already been featured globally in major Chinese publications. Our future is more sustainable. With our upcoming product launch, our potential to make a impact on our industry and our environment is massive. We need your help in achieving our mission to make all single-use plastics plant-powered on our planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now is time for Q&A. All the judges, if you have questions, please raise your hand, and all the judges who are in person, please let our team know if you want to ask any questions. Okay, let's start the timer. 倒计时开始. Okay, Bruce, please go ahead.
Thank you. Nice to see everybody again. Welcome back. Good to be back. I was very excited to see your company. Materials. I love it. Just help me understand. And the market's huge. There's so many pluses that I see in your business. Impressive team, by the way, as well behind you. Help me understand the business model here. How does it make money? How long does it take you to get there? Give us an overview of what that looks like.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks so much. We essentially create our material just the same way traditional plastic materials are sold to single-use plastic manufacturers. We have the same business model. So we're a drop-in solution for materials like these. We sell our products at a per kilogram per cost model to these converters, and then they directly create materials like cutlery or packaging for end users. Our price is competitive against other traditional eco-friendly materials in the space. So common bioplastics in the space like PLA, we fall into a similar price range as them. So far, we've already been able to create a scale-up model that already brings in some really great margins for us. Our goal is to get to that point with at least 20 to 40% gross margins as a business. And so we're on the path to do that. We've already validated our pilot facility here in Canada, and we're setting up our operations next year globally to achieve that scale.
Thank you very much. Raza, I saw you raise your hand earlier. Do you want to ask a few questions? Sorry, you muted yourself. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for this very impressive presentation, and welcome to all contenders in this competition. I have 2 questions. One is, the first question is, which type of food products would you recycle and produce plastics out of them? And my second question is that, do you have any IPs?
Yes, so we source agricultural byproducts. So this is tree-free and also food source-free. So these are agricultural byproducts that already have a market for today. So if you think of natural fibers, things that are used in plant food, so we directly use agricultural byproducts like those for our materials to ensure that we're stabilizing the quality as well as the scalability of the material long term. And then on the IP side, IP is everything for us. We have chemical formulations that are patented, and we continue to develop IP around the actual process and the manufacturing of our materials. What's unique about it is the fact that we are using plant-based materials that are in existing infrastructure. So we use traditional plastic lines and plastic technology, and the fact that we've been able to achieve compatibility from our materials is also part of our IP.
If there is no question, then I have another question. Who is your competition?
Competition in this space is growing for sure, but that means sustainability is growing, so that's great. You can think of competitors, traditional plastic is a common replacement to what our material would be. There are also paper-based solutions, so paper and pulp-based eco-friendly products in the market, but they do have challenges in scaling products. And then, of course, there are bioplastics like PLA, other existing bioplastics made out of food sources like corn that are also in the market, but they also are challenged with compatibility.
Thank you.
Okay, awesome. So the countdown is going. So let's move on to the scoring session. It's time to evaluate the team and submit the score. 现在请孙正芳和 Marco 做准备，我们准备打分。
Now we're going to the evaluation process.
The page will close automatically after the scoring is completed. Please ignore the scoring page that will pop up next during the event for those who are not involved in scoring, such as audience, speakers, and team members. Thank you very much. And all the judges, please go through all the 7 criteria and click submit button in the end to submit your final scores. Today's teams were pre-screened after the registration, so our minimum.
今天的这个团队是在这个注册之后才进行打分的，所以这个申请的这一块不是0分，所以大家如果有什么问题的话，可以现在提出来。
We'll give everyone a little more time to do the scoring since this is our first time to use the poll system. And we will double check after you submit the scores. We have 7 questions in total. Please scroll down if you couldn't see the rest of the questions. One more judge hasn't submitted the score. It's okay, take your time. Okay. Right now, looks like we're done submitting the score. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, the first team. Okay, let's move on to the next team. Let's welcome the team Trendy.
Good morning.
Please let me know. Good morning. Who's presenting today? Both of you guys?
We are. It's a team effort.
Oh, nice. Awesome. Please let me know you're ready. I will start the timer, okay?
All right, we're ready.
Okay, awesome. Please start the timer. 现在请开始计时. Good luck.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Krista Campietto.
And I'm Craig McIntosh.
We are the co-founders of Trendy. Trendy is a food prevention company. We use AI-driven robotics to automate the solution of reducing food waste. We are a Canadian company that focuses on solving some of the world's biggest problems. Our solution starts at the source of otherwise wasted food, and our biotrim units are mobile technology that goes to the source of waste, washes, slices, and processes otherwise wasted food into a shelf-stable product we call bioflakes. Those bioflakes are then sent to a blending facility and transformed into water and food enhancers, and then placed into our self-bending kiosks called hydration stations. Another area we focus on is in the industrial side of food and waste. For example, processing otherwise wasted fish products, utilizing our biotrim technologies into bioflakes and then into our blending facilities for products to be used in pet food as well as encapsulation and extractions. Our food system is broken, which is precisely why we aren't just playing in one part of it. Our circular economy is very exciting. Craig, do you want to take it off and talk about biochip?
I would love to. So biochim production is pretty simple, right? We go directly to the source of otherwise wasted material. We convert that, as Carissa said, into bioflakes. Now this becomes a commodity and serve a lot of industry, including things like textiles and construction. But we're starting with what we call Enhancer. So Enhancer is that beautiful blend of powder made from otherwise wasted material, and we turn it into something that's fruity, fun, but sneaks a few veggies in there as well. Certification out of our years. We work with some of the top technicians, engineers, and institutes to make sure that we have gone above and beyond when it comes to food safety. So as you can see here, there's a quick little illustration of the value of upcycling things like tofu, fish, fruits, vegetables, and sea vegetables. Those are our primary focuses. The raw version that's being sold to the grocery store, as you can see, has a much lower value than what we can offer in our profit share back to the source, so the farm, the factory. The markets that are available are just astonishing. We have very quickly amassed millions of tons of available otherwise wasted material. Our company goes through over 1,500 emails a day, people talking about sources, what's available, and how much is out there. Best part is it comes into us free, we convert it, and we give them a profit share to keep them competitive. Our model is simple. We work on a SaaS model. It's a pay-as-you-use, just like your phone, just like your ink and your printer. The channels, as Chris mentioned earlier, we flip it over to industrial in big barrels, vacuum sealed, or it gets blended at one of our mills and goes direct to consumer. And of course, we have our retail channels. Distribution and flow, as you can see, it goes right through the pipe and where it should. Data, we get tons of it, huge value, and we monetize it. Timelines, as we go through on Q4 of next year, we will deploy 4 new biotrim units and 20 hydration stations. Financial projections are fantastic. We're at somewhere around, as you can see, mark for gross profit, and we pay a lot of that forward. These are more financial projections, and once again, shows the cost of operating P&L report that it shows massive numbers, a massive success down the road through to 2025. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you very much. You guys finished earlier. Okay. Okay, all right. Thank you so much for the amazing presentation. Right now it's time for Q&A. I'm gonna start the timer. 问答环节倒计时开始。Anyone have questions? Yes, go ahead, Lindsay.
Hi there. Thank you for your excellent presentation. It's very great idea. I just want to have one question here, because there's most of the waste of food. Are they going to expire it? I just wonder how I'm going to ensure the food safety here. Yeah. Because they are going to waste of food, right?
That's a pretty good question. That's the important differentiator between our company and other companies that handle waste is we're a waste prevention, which means that we actually rescue the food before it is destroyed. Let me give you an example. We recently went to one of our carrot farms. The carrot farm is washing and sorting all the carrots, but some of them just don't meet the standard of the grocery because you want it to be perfect. So when it's a little bit bent or a little bit thin, it goes into another big bin. We watched this farmer throw away 800 pounds of carrots every 10 minutes. Now they were perfectly sanitized. They're just as good because they're in the same facility as the ones that are going to the grocery store. Instead, these big vats go outside to a truck, they get dumped to be destroyed. Now, if in the case of biotrim, we actually have robotic processors that would be there to exactly bin of 800 pounds of carrots every 10 minutes, and it would process it into a shelf-stable product. To answer your question, the food never leaves the certified factory and just goes directly into our unit.
I've got a question.
Hi,
everybody.
Again.
Forgive me for a ridiculous question, but could you maybe explain to me what your actual end product is? Like, I'm not sure I follow. What is food enhancement?
So I just want to, clarify. The food, when we process and rescue into a shelf-stable product, it's so easy and versatile to grind into a powder, to be rehydrated into soups and utilizing oil flakes, into smoothie blends. We have a product development team of 6 scientists and some of the best grocery product developers in Canada. And so we have a team that identifies, but also on the industrial side of things, there are so many applications for
You're gonna have to break it down for me even more simply. I go and I buy a bag of X. That's your product. What does X do?
Well, it depends on Lauren.
Give me an example.
Yeah, if you're enhance is a powder that goes, that's a single sachet. It has 1 serving of fruit and vegetable. You add it to 200 mils of liquid. You shake it, and now it's an enhanced water. Now, if you add 2 sachets, it becomes a juice. If you add 3 sachets and blend it with ice, you now have a smoothie.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
No worries.
Awesome. Thank you. So, Reza, you raise your hand. Go ahead.
Oh, Reza.
You muted yourself. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Sorry. Well, thank you for this wonderful presentation. Yes, my first question is about, do you have market sales? Do you have sales now?
We're actually doing revenue. What we do have is samples and promotional materials that we can give out for, to address questions like Lauren, so you can get some physical product, but we're actually not selling it now.
So do you have any competition in the market?
Well,
both
nationally.
It's
a great question. In terms of 100% nothing added to vegetables, not really. There are very few examples out there that are using things to either stimulate the process or add additives or synthetics like coolant and things like this. So there's not.
My final question,
That's okay. Go ahead.
Yes, does this come from a university research, academic research, or it comes from just your own mind?
Reza, it's a great question. We hire professors often. We have 8 people in the team, and we work closely with institutes, but it is our patent pending technology.
So you don't have any patent, do you?
We have 2 pending.
2 pending. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Any other questions? Okay.
I don't know. We're not
One more.
Okay. I'll keep it brief. Given it's also early in the morning in Vancouver there. Thank you for joining us.
AI-driven. Real brief.
Real short.
How
are you applying?
Why
Why does AI matter?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we asked ourselves that when we were directed in this direction. We didn't know much about AI or ML. To answer as quickly as I can, so it's all built on ML, and the AI is coming in with intuitive thinking because we use 5 different technologies like image recognition, density scanners. What it's doing is as it gains its traction and collects its data, and we're now getting there to a point where we can move into the world really thinking for itself by just having enough data to process and go a little bit beyond that ML. To be the AI side of things, as we learn and we invest a lot in this space, is not really where it's going to be, is it, in the next 5 years? So we use it in part. It's really an ML technology that starts to blend into AI.
And we also utilize blockchain to ensure traceability between the farm or the processing facility of product, as well as the recipe protection. The goal for us is to really work with the largest food producers in the world because they have no access to sustainable powder supplies right now. And to protect their recipes when we need to produce a product with sustainable and upcycled ingredients in it for them.
Yeah, we use.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we can't go over time too much. Okay, thank you so much, everyone, for the amazing Q&A session. 请深圳方和准备进入打分环节。Now it's time to evaluate the team and submit the score. 请为打分。So once again, do not do anything to the poll if you're not involved in the scoring system, if you're not the judge. The scoring page is for judges only.
大屏右侧现在展现的是我们另外一个平行。
And actually on the right, that is the competition, the parallel competition on another side for this.
Let's wait for a little bit more for the judges who hasn't finished. We'll double check and let everyone know once everyone's done. Okay. Looks like everyone has submitted their score. Well, thank you again for the amazing presentation. Thank you. Okay, awesome. So let's welcome the third team. Prados. Is the speaker ready? Hello? Okay, awesome. Hi, Pascal.
Hi.
Good morning. Please share your slides.
Yeah.
Let me know when you're ready. And we will start the timer.
Okay. Hi, my name is Pascal. I'm the CEO.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. I will start the countdown. You ready?
Go ahead whenever. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. 继续开始.
Hi, my name is Pascal. I'm the CEO and founder of Parados, and we help high-performance individuals reach and maintain their cognitive potential. Health science has come a long way over the last 100 years, where amputations was a go-to method for dealing with battle wounds. So now the absolute last resort. A better understanding of bacteria and biology allowed us to develop modern treatments like antibiotics, which drop death rates from 90% to 100%. Unfortunately, today we're still in the early stages of understanding how the brain works, which is why current concussion diagnosis and treatment methods are mostly ineffective. Somewhere between 50% and 80% of traumatic brain injury misdiagnosed or undiagnosed, which amounts to over 4 million untreated cases in the US alone every year, more than twice the total amount of amputees through both world wars. The lingering effects cost the economy over $100 billion. And the problem is not only present in every wing of the military, but even more so in athletics. For young athletes, the rate of concussions have more than doubled since 2005. Recent studies have enlightened to negative short and long-term effects on reaction time, balance, hand-eye coordination, focus, and more. There's also a clear link to disorders like depression, anxiety, and PTSD. Most of these effects only appearing months or years after the fact. Thankfully, research has been able to identify the predictors of these injuries, which was the focus of my research with the Concussion Foundation of Canada. Through my research, I found that the biggest predictors of head injuries and subsequent illnesses are first, your history of head injuries and mental disorders, your posture, neck strength, stress, as well as sleep and fitness. And we take all this into consideration in the registration process. We then rank each and identify what hinders their performance the most using our predictive algorithms. We constantly update player profiles with periodic check-ins through our app and keep players engaged through gamification. And last but not least, we provide personalized, validated strategies to help improve habits based on the leading posture and concussion specialists in North America, whose clients include athletes in every major sports league, namely Connor McDavid, John Navarro, McCaffrey, and many others. The main problem with our software as a solution service is that we don't have a way to ensure that biomechanics are being evaluated in real time, which is why we have motion sensor embedded wearables. And these wearables are legal to wear in any sport, both in training and competition. They provide trainers and medical staff with the data they need to efficiently do their job. And there are a few other reasons, but in the interest of time, I'll move on to the benefits of implementation, which are first and foremost to improve overall team performance, to cut in half the missed games, personnel, medical, insurance costs needed to deal with these injuries. Teams can recruit better players by ensuring them longer, healthier, more successful careers. And we also provide organizations with the ability to better protect themselves against legal liabilities like the common lawsuits surrounding head injuries. Like back in 2016, the NFL and the NHL settled out of court for over $1 billion. And yeah, the minimum ROI is $2,000 per player per year, and that's at the very lowest leagues that we have identified as ideal customers. One of the reasons this problem is incredibly tough to solve is the complexity of the athletics organizations. The decision maker, customer, and end user are sometimes set to people. And this can be a big barrier to doing business in the environment, but thankfully with our experience, we understand that very well. We're able to satisfy the unmet needs of high-performance teams by taking the mental and physical elements into account. We resonate with users by getting them to focus on the performance benefits. And through constant monitoring, we're able to predict as well as mitigate. And finally, we analyze biomechanics in real time. One of the biggest differentiators is that we focus on prevention rather than diagnosis and treatment. Our total addressable market is at least $20 billion with over 1,200 hockey teams or 15,000 hockey players in Canada alone that have the budget to fit our ideal customer persona. We realize that everyone wants to have the physicality of a top-tier athlete as well, which is why we see a big opportunity to expand far beyond hockey. On top of that, Berkshire Hathaway projects data analytics market to grow at 44% year over year until 2025, and this has only been accelerated by COVID. There are a few drivers behind this kind of growth. The main being that all these leagues on the left have had a record number of years. We've decided to use a premium model to quickly obtain a large market share and to educate customers. And in the interest of time, I'll move through a little quicker to our team, where we have over 20 years of experience in university and professional sports as athletes across the Americas and Europe. And our timeline you can see our timeline. We're currently looking for 500,000, excuse me, in order to make it to an MVP.
Okay.
Yeah, I can wrap it up there.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. Okay. Now it's time for the Q&A. Please start the timer. 倒计时开始. Anyone have questions? Okay. Go ahead. 建文. Yeah.
Okay. So I was wondering, what's the next group of customer you're going to approach in addition to the athletes groups, right? First group is obvious, right?
Yeah. So the first group, first of all, we're going B2B with hockey players. Across North America, hockey is, and some of the specifics about the sport make our system really interesting for those athletes. For example, it's one of the sports where you constantly have to have your head down, and there's a lot of contact. After that, we're moving up to football, and then beyond that, the military is where we're aiming, since there's an increasing awareness and head impact exposure in the long term causes PTSD, and the amount of money that the Canadian Armed Forces has to pour into better recovery, diagnosis, treatment in the long term. And so by taking a preventative approach to that, we can save a lot of that kind of money. And currently, the Concussion Legacy Foundation I'm working with is being integrated into the Canadian Armed Forces because they're recognizing how big of a problem this really is in the long term. So yeah, we're targeting contact sports and combat sports first. So MMA and other combat sports, but the military will be soon after.
Okay, awesome. Sorry. Rather read his hand first, actually.
Thank you, Pascal, for that presentation. I wonder if these wearables, which are you manufacturing these wearables? And once this is done, then every athlete, for example, they should wear this wearable when they are playing. Is this the procedure?
That's a bit, yeah. The methodology. We've designed the electronics in-house. We'll source the electronics and then assemble them ourselves and ship directly to athletes. To start, since we're B2B, we fly to the organization and obtain the digital scans that we need for the mouthpiece, and then send it to them within a couple of weeks. Yeah, that's absolutely the idea. Is that eventually. We're not a medical device, so that is in our plan. We're a data collection device, sort of like Fitbit for your brain. I would say we provide the data that you need to make the right decisions. And so that's absolutely making equipment safer, which actually a lot of studies show that the safer the equipment you wear, the more dangerously you play. And so it ends up not helping at all. So that's why we're taking more a data collection device approach instead of a concussion prevention approach.
Okay, thank you. Lauren, you're the next. Yes, and then.
Hi, nice to meet you. Could you tell me, specifically, what is the device measuring? And in general, how does it do that?
Absolutely. So we use inertial measurement units, and so we're collecting linear acceleration, rotation, and orientation. So what we're able to identify is the situation in which you got hit. So did you have your head down? Were you leaning? Did you have your neck craned? Did you have bad posture? How hard were you hit? From which direction? And so basically, we could simulate, use computational fluid dynamics to simulate the impact exactly, and then know which part of your brain took the most use, for example, and then you can link that to potential symptoms down the road. So it's kind of a head impact exposure history, sort of like your health history, but it's very specific to your brain, both physically and mentally.
Could you ever get any resistance to powers that be like professional football doesn't necessarily want a lot of people to know?
Absolutely. I think that, yeah, absolutely. A lot of reviews, sometimes you'll get people that deny the problem because they don't have a solution yet. And when you have a problem, you don't have a solution and you're doing nothing about it, that leaves you open to lawsuits, like I mentioned. I think, well, the biggest insight I guess I can give is that we emphasize the performance benefits, like that not being injured, your team will play better from improving your posture, you'll be stronger, more balanced, etc. And so that's the approach that we take. We sell them what they want and give them what they need.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Thank you. Good question.
Oh, thank you so much, Pascal. Since we're over time, so Bruce, I'm afraid I can't give you last time. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Please prepare the evaluation.
18-3 and submit the score. 请评委打分。Okay, once again, the scoring page is for judges only. For all the audience, speakers, and team members, please do not score. Thank you very much. Okay, everyone, we have received all the results. Judges, please go back to your seat. We are gonna welcome the next team to present. Welcome back. Let's wait for Raza for a little bit. Okay. Now everyone's ready. Awesome. Now let's move on to the next team. Blue City. Let's welcome the speaker, Asad.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, please share your slides.
Sure, I'm doing that. So
and let me know when you're ready. Put it on full screen, and I will start the time. Okay.
Okay, just give me a moment.
No worries. Yeah. Take your time.
Okay, just move. Okay, sorry. I've been told that my presentation should last like 8 minutes, but it seems that it's been cut already to 5 minutes. So I'll try to make my presentation far shorter. So no worries. So my name is Asad Lestani. I'm CEO and co-founder of Blue City Technology. Blue City is a software company that combines artificial intelligence and LiDAR sensors to provide accurate real-time traffic data and analytics for intelligence transportation system industry. So we're very excited to announce that we just signed a licensing agreement with Velodyne LiDAR, which is one of the world's largest 3D LiDAR manufacturers, that we're co-branding our technology as an intelligent infrastructure solution in North America. And additionally, we just announced our first largest scale deployment that's going to be happening in California, that we're deploying our technology at 25 intersection, which is a project funded by US DOE. So I'd like to talk a little bit about the problem that we're solving. Traffic data is the backbone of most of the transportation projects, from traffic operation, planning, safety improvement. And to collect the data that traffic operation and planning needs, cities rely on a mix of different technologies: inductive loop detectors, sets of wires that goes below the pavement, or radar-based solutions, which because of their reliability, they're mainly used for traffic operation when we need to have a technology to work in different weather and lighting conditions. But those technologies fail to provide multimodal data like classification of pedestrian cycles, etc. And that's why cities started deploying camera-based solutions to address those challenges. But cameras comes with the reliability issue in different weather and lighting conditions, as well as always a concern with the privacy of the road users when we deploy cameras in larger scale. So that's where BlueCity comes in with the next generation of traffic monitoring and data analytics solution powered by artificial intelligence and LiDAR technology. So the core of our technology is an AI-powered perception software that transforms raw LiDAR data into actionable road usage and safety improvement. So LiDAR stands for light detection and ranging. It's a technology that is used widely for autonomous vehicle industries. And we adopted this technology for ITS application. So our proprietary software is so unique that runs 10x faster than the state-of-the-art in processing LiDAR data. And then what you see here in this demo is basically our perception software that runs on LiDAR data. This is the bird's eye view of this sensor that we installed in one of our projects. That sensor we installed at the corner of the intersection and monitoring the whole intersection with a single sensor. And because of the low latency that we can provide with our technology, there are a lot of opportunities other than just standard ITS application. For example, sharing data with connected vehicles, and down the road, finding other ways to monetize the data other than just selling this to municipalities. So as I mentioned, our proprietary AI-powered perception software sits on top of any LiDAR sensor. We're a hardware agnostic company that converts raw frames of LiDAR data into traffic data and analytics. And unlike camera-based solution, our technology works in different weather and lighting conditions without raising any privacy issue. And unlike radar-based solution, our technology detects and classifies different types of road users with a single sensor at the corner of the intersection, which reduces dramatically the cost of the installation. And it's powered with our advanced safety analytics platform that converts data into ready-to-use insights. So as the first mover of using LiDAR technology for ITS application, we offer a turnkey solution for different stakeholders in the municipality to get all the data and analytics with a single sensor. It's a cost-effective technology that provides reliability of radar-based solution and the resolution of camera-based products with a built-in privacy protection. So there are more than 100,000 intersections just in North America with already built-in some sort of monitoring system. So those sensors typically have an average 5-year lifespan, an essential part of the city operation that should be replaced right away after their lifespan. And this is where we initially target and grow our go-to-market strategy, which brings us potentially $7.7 billion market opportunity just in North America over the next 10 years. And it doesn't include any new infrastructure that added yearly. So in our business model, so as I mentioned, we built our perception software with off-the-shelf LiDAR sensor, and we offer it as a standalone solution for our customers, as well as we have our SaaS platform that is added on top of the standalone solution to offer the full end-to-end key solution for our customers. So all we achieved is because of the hard work and passion of our experienced team. I did my PhD and postdoc at McGill in transportation, and one of my co-founders, Professor Ting Fu, he's a prof right now in Tongji University in Shanghai, which is one of the well-known universities around the world. And with our strong value proposition is reflected in fast-growing traction that we built over the past 12 months. We have implemented our technology in dozens of cities, more than 15 cities in North America, Europe, and China. And we built a strong partnership with telecommunication companies in some 5G related application. That shows this in this snapshot, the revenue projection that we had for this year. We had 600K of sales, but we are closing this year for more than 800K USD of sales. And we're projecting for next year about 2.5 million of revenue. And my last slide, it's the last slide. Yeah. Sure. So that being said, to speed up our growth, we're raising $2 million USD to expand our R&D and sales as a seed round, and marketing and protecting our IP. We already closed 1.6 million of it from Velodyne and a couple of other angel investors in the US. And we're looking for another 400K. And then potentially we would like to engage with other VCs, not only for this round, but also for our Series A that is going to happen in 2022.
Okay.
We're on mission of making roads safer and more efficient, and save lives on our planet. So if you're interested, please reach out to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, awesome. Right now it's time for Q&A. Bruce, you're early this time, so I will start from you. I saw you raise your hand earlier. Okay, let's start. Just give me 1 second. Let me announce the timer start. Okay, let's start the timer. 现在倒计时开始.
Okay, thank you. Clearly, we have a good moderator, so I'm impressed. Assad, very good presentation. Quite frankly, an area that I don't know that much about, but I do get the business model behind you, and I do understand first mover advantage. So my question specifically to you is, you've got a technology solution that solves a current problem. Explain to me what makes it sustainable. Where are your barriers to keep the competition out? Other people will follow along with LiDAR or other types of new technology solutions to the same problem. So what makes your business a sustainable business model?
Yeah. So first of all, as I mentioned, we not only serving the current problem, like using for traffic operation and planning and safety improvement application, but we have a really open eye on what's going to be the next step in ITS market, especially when it comes to the connected vehicle and 5G applications. And that's where we are working closely with two telcos, Rogers Communication in Canada, as well as with Verizon in the US. We're engaging different 5G projects because we believe that the data that we are generating in real time, the value of data is way more than what we see in ITS industry in general. So as an example, so one of the projects that we're working with Rogers is for using data for connected vehicles, sharing data with connected vehicle. And this is aligned with our DOE project as well, which is for energy efficiency. And that's why we believe that data is the core of the benefits that we're providing, and we believe that we can monetize that data. With Verizon, there are some other application on top of this solution. It's more like, for example, we're working with Verizon on a warehouse monitoring, so which is basically our technology is exactly the same, but it's a little bit different application. So yeah.
Awesome. Next one, Raza.
Yes, well, thank you very much, Assad, for this wonderful presentation. And my question is that have you done any pilot tests on this project? Number one question, and second question is, who are your clients?
So actually, yes, we did different pilot projects as you see in this map. So in Canada, we did 3 different projects with Rogers, which is about 400K in total revenue generated just with this partnership with City of Kelowna, Vancouver, in Quebec with City of Trois-Rivières. And I'd like to also mention that some of those projects already converted from single intersection to larger scale deployment. For example, with the city in Quebec, we deployed 1, and then after pilot project, we deployed 15 more intersection. There is another project with New Jersey, which we deployed 1, and then now they deployed 15 more intersections. So with City of San Jose, with Austin, Texas, so we have different places that we deployed, and as well as in Europe, we have and Finland. And we recently also deployed 4 sensors in Shanghai as well. So yes, so we did pilot projects. We as a part of our pilot project, the strategy was to test the sensor with customer for the next, let's say 3 months. And then after that, convert it to larger scale deployment, as I mentioned.
I have a quick question or two.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, thanks. Some people have seen AI having unintended consequences lately, like, for example, Microsoft tweeting conspiracy theories, things like that. Do you have like a bias reduction aspect to your AI?
Well, the way that we are using AI, it's there are AI components, but we're not like really like marketing this as an AI, because AI is just a tool to achieve what we are expecting to achieve. Is AI is a component in our system that converts the raw LiDAR data into traffic data, as you probably saw in this demo. So it's basically reads raw LiDAR data. It does object detection, classification, and tracking. And then on the other side is more like a machine learning analysis that we're running on data to convert the traffic data into ready-to-use insights for safety improvement and planning. So I don't see any like pushback on using AI for our industry, at least.
Okay. Thank you so much. Time's up. Thank you for the amazing questions and answers. Thank you, everyone. Right now it's time to submit your score and evaluation. 请深圳方和 Mark 准备进入打分环节。Okay, right now, everyone, all the judges, please evaluate the team and submit the score. 打分开始。Once again, for the people who just joined our meeting, the score page is for judges only, and the page will close automatically after the score is completed. Please ignore the score page that will pop up next. And for the team members, please do not give score to yourself. Okay, thank you, everyone. We have collected all the scoring results. All the judges, please come back. We will have a 5 minutes break after team 6, okay? So after this one, we'll have 5 minutes break. Someone's hungry? Awesome. Okay, let's move on to the next team. Okay, now let's work on Blue Cross Vision, the team 5. Hi. Hi. Good. Please let me know when you're ready. Share your slides first and make it full screen, and let me know when you're ready. So I have to announce the timing to start. Okay.
For sure.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Okay, the slides are up. Let me know if that's good. It should be full screen.
Yes, it's full
you're ready,
screen.
I can go ahead.
Okay, if you're ready, I will start the countdown. Okay? Are you ready?
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, let's start the timer. 倒计时开始. Good luck.
Good day, judges. My name is Liam, and along with my longtime friends, Osama and Ashad, we've come together to present our company, Blue Coast Vision. In middle school, I had a friend, Steven, who used to prick his finger every so often. And at a curious young age, I once asked him why he always did that. I remember he simply stated, "It helps keep me alive." Then as I grew older, I noticed my father doing the exact same daunting process. I would always hear him talk about how much of a struggle it was to keep something called blood sugars at a low level. And this is when I was introduced to this disease called diabetes. Turns out Stephen and my father were just 2 of the 3.6 million Canadians that face this challenge every day. The major part is managing the foods patients eat, which contribute to blood glucose rises as carbs are broken down into sugars. Through user interviews, we learned that 92.4% of diabetes patients struggled to manage their condition when they were first diagnosed. And the uncertainty of glucose levels rising from food patients eat can lead to 40% of patients developing one or more severe future illnesses. And the uncertainty of portion sizes leads patients to manually carb count or use trial and error with error margins of up to 50 to 60%, which would result in patients secreting too much or too little insulin to account for the meals. Our solution is a smartphone application that has the ability to analyze the patient's meal in real time to return an accurate carb count, display their blood sugar projection, and advise of portion adjustments, all with a snap of the picture. We use machine learning and AI to personalize these factors to be more user-specific over time. Ultimately, Glucose Vision is reducing the chances for patients to develop future illnesses by creating the first smartphone application capable of pre-valuing their meals, determine healthy portions, and recommend the amount of insulin they need to take to combat their meal. Currently, a $30 billion burden to our healthcare system and an average cost of just about $2,500 per year per patient. Our early adopters are patients and families of patients that have recently been diagnosed with insulin-dependent type 1 diabetes, consisting of over 30,000 patients, which usually occurs within the age range of 5 to 18 years old. Once we build a foundation within this target market, we plan to expand to other markets such as the rest of type 1, type 2, gestational diabetes, and pre-diabetes. So what's our underlying magic that gives us this competitive edge? Well, Glucose Vision is the only company that offers real-time portion analysis, displaying users an accurate carb count of the meal in front of them, and recommends on-the-spot portion size adjustments to help users minimize their blood sugar spikes. This is unique from all our competitors because it allows users to adjust their meals before consumption rather than finding out with other post-analysis methods. Simultaneously, we take their blood sugar reading before and after their meal to reverse calculate what the carb content was, allowing us to provide a more accurate projection than the next time they eat the same food. Our unique AI allows us to have personalized carb count as every user is different. And lastly, we're the only company offering a curated diabetes-friendly menu for restaurant and fast food chain mealtime decision. So we've been awarded 50,000 in grants and established collaborations. With the help of Professor Dr. Khan and R&D and our continued user input, we have our algorithm fully developed by end of year. We'll also be looking to obtain a technology patent and Class 2 software as a medical device category license for the algorithm. And with the network we built from speaking with people, we continue to perform customer validation B2C with our app interface and base algorithms that we have developed thus far. For a premium release, we plan to work with an app development firm in March 2022 to help us finalize the app UI and host a full data set of foods. And as we expand, we plan to now target a B2B partnership with larger healthcare organizations and become endorsed by health professionals across Canada. So prototype launch will be used to gather information from our early users and make the relevant changes to the app. 6 months after, we'll release a premium upgrade consisting of $15.99 per month for the first 12 and $5.99 per month thereafter. We plan to initially capture 2% of our early adopters through the channel shown on the slide. Once we have a strong customer base through validation B2C, we'll expand to B2B relationships, partnering with healthcare organizations and recommendations from professionals. We plan to expand to a new demographic, I'd say about every 6 months. So after releases to the market, our first year will mainly be focused on our early adopters. And as shown on the slide, we project our net income over the next 5 years. Every 6 months, we plan to expand demographics while maintaining our previous customer base, starting with 0.5% of type 1 patients, then 2% of gestational patients, followed by 0.25% of type 2 patients, yielding 206,000, 350,000, and 958,000 in net income respectively, just targeting those small populations. We're a Canadian corporate company with 3 co-founders. We are 4th-year biomedical, electrical, and mechatronics engineering undergrads at Ryerson University. We've also partnered with SOSIP, an advanced computing consortium at U of T, Dr. Khan, a professor of research at Ryerson, focusing on machine learning, artificial intelligence, and medical imaging. We also have many business mentors such as Professor Ryan Willock, Dr. Tarek Sadek, and Jeffrey Peng from IBZ Canada, helping us pursue funding opportunities, financials, and market transition. On the medical side, we do have Dr. Advani from St. Michael's Hospital, Dr. Shea from Sick Kids Hospital, as well as Billy Wells, a registered dietitian at Grey Booth Health Canada. Thank you, and join us as we explore a healthier path for diabetes patients all across Canada. And again, thank you for the opportunity to present our company, Glucose Vision.
Thank you very much. All right. Thank you. Amazing presentation. Okay. Let's move on to the Q&A section. When you're ready, we're gonna go for one by one. Okay, awesome. Please start the timer. 倒计时开始. Okay, I see Mr. Juice is the first one to present, and then Lindsay.
Okay, thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. So I was wondering, is there any scientific study to show to validate how accurate your prediction of the blood sugar level, that kind of study, right? So.
Yeah, for sure. Great question. So the first studies we're actually doing is more so just for accurate food detection and segmentation and actual return of carb count, because we want that to be our actual foundational sort of piece of the app that we transition into market. And once we start validating that, as well into those scientific and clinical studies of blood sugar projection that has not been done. That does require studies before that. Right now, we're targeting plus 90% accuracy on our food detection, so we can return a carb count. And then from there, we do pilot studies with users that actually use a continuous glucose monitor, because that will be very important to get sort of consistent feedback loop of what their blood sugar is. From there, then we can continue to research into accuracy of projection.
Okay, awesome. Lindsay.
Yep. I wonder, do you know who's your competitors? I think I see so many similar things around the market already. You know who is your competitors, and what's your advantage?
Yeah, that's a great question. In our appendix, actually, in our slide deck, we do have a competitors breakdown. So there's competitors such as Glucose Neutrino. Those are all current app softwares that target diabetes patients. What makes us different is we are the only application that offers portion specific on the spot. So for example, these other applications, you would take a photo of, let's say, a bowl of spaghetti, and then it would ask the user to input, okay, is there 200 grams, 300 grams, 400 grams? Well, me as a user, I never actually know how much spaghetti is in my bowl. So having that competitive advantage of actually recognizing there's this much spaghetti, so we can tell them accurately, this is how many carbs that translates to, is a very big competitive advantage for us. And as well as downstream, this adaptive component. None of these applications have introduced this adaptive component, because personalized healthcare is becoming huge. And if the application can actually learn how the user's body reacts to different types of foods, recognize different foods in the past, that also offers a huge competitive advantage over current companies in the market.
How are you going to enter the market? What is your plan to open the market? So many competitors around.
Yes, for sure. So we initially plan to target a B2C right now. So we have sort of gained, foundational traction within like the GTA. That's where we want to, do our pilot studies, do our proof of concept, show that we can validate this. And then from there, using hospitals such as St. Michael's Hospital, Sick Kids, Sunnybrook within the GTA, endorsing those by those health professionals can help us more confidently enter the market, because when it comes to health applications, users are always looking for confidence of use. They can't just trust any app on the App Store. So making sure, with a medical advisory board and endorsements from those professionals, those can help us get into the market early, and then ultimately targeting that B2B partnership, as we mentioned in our presentation, with a larger business to then use their customer basis to then push those to their customers.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. And Reza, you're the next. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Leah, for this great presentation. And this is very important. I mean, diabetes is one of the major diseases, and in Toronto, we are fortunate that insulin was discovered in the province of Ontario about over 100 years ago. My question is, do you have any early adopters already?
So currently, we are in the R&D phases. So we are doing research at Ryerson University with our professors. Our early adopters will be those patients that we've interacted with. We have about a network of 100 patients we want to reach out to very, very early on first that we have been getting user feedback from as we develop the algorithm, showing them outputs of these are the foods we're focusing on first because they're high on the glycemic index. These are the features we want to include in the app interface. And then, once we can get the full algorithm developed by the end of the year and start putting that into a more sort of usable user interface with that photo capability, that's when we can reach out to those early adopters at the start of the next year and really make sure we accelerate that process.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, everyone. Thumbs up. Okay. So right now, let's move on to the part where we evaluate and submit a score for the T5. Okay, awesome. Shenzhen, how many closer to the button? Okay, awesome. Now let's evaluate the team 5 and submit your score. For the people who just joined in the meeting, please note that the scoring page is for judges only. The page will close automatically after scoring is completed. Please ignore the scoring page that will pop up if you're not involved in scoring, such as audience, speakers, and team members. Thank you very much.
So we will show the results of the.
We will share the first 5 teams' score on the screen, and then we'll take a 5 minutes break. Just give us some extra time to calculate the score for the last team. Okay, so the scoring is completed. Give us a few extra seconds. We're gonna announce the final scores for the first 5 teams. Just give us a few seconds here. And then after announcing the final scores of the first 5 teams, we'll take a 5 minutes for break, okay? All right. Everyone will come back on time, right? Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, please show the scores to the screen when you finish scoring.
The scores are coming out shortly. I'm so excited. We're waiting for the group. It's coming out soon. Okay, awesome. Scores are coming out. We're still calculating the score.
We are now calculating the scores of the first 5 contestants. Please wait a second. And after showing the scores of the groups, we'll have a 5 minutes break.
Okay, awesome. Right now we can see the scores for the first 5 teams. The scores on the very right are the average scores. Okay, everyone, we will leave the screen here and we will start the timer. Did everyone get the scores? Okay, all right. Let's take a 5 minutes break. Start the timer and we will come back in 5 minutes. 请深圳方倒计时开始。
Please start the timer. We'll have a 5 minutes break.
And for the next team who is presenting, please stay around. We're just gonna take a 5 minutes break, and then when we're back, we're gonna start right away. Okay? Awesome. Thank you. 深圳现场能不能放一下倒计时？我们休息5分钟。
Can we have the timer on?
Thank you. Okay, everyone, time's up. We're gonna start our next team's presentation. Welcome back. Judges, please come back to your seat and turn on your camera. We're gonna start the next presentation. We need to continue. Mr. Razamarady. Okay, let me see. Okay, welcome back. Amazing. We have 2 judges. Not ready yet. Okay, let's wait for like 5 more seconds here. Okay, all right, one more judge. Okay, awesome. We are no longer gonna wait. Okay, welcome back. It was exciting. And now let's welcome the 6th team to give their presentation. It's John from R&D Diagnostics. Hi, John. How are you?
Hi, I'm going to share my screen. I'm good, thank you.
Okay, yeah, so please share your slides and let me know if you're ready. When you're ready, I'm gonna announce to start the timer.
Okay. You can see mine. I'm ready.
Yeah, you're ready. Awesome. Okay, let's start the timer. 请倒计时开始，谢谢。
All right, so I'm John Conley. I'm a co-founder of the RNA Diagnostics company here in Toronto. I founded this company with 2 others, a biochemistry professor, Amadeo Paracente, in Sudbury at Laurentian University, and John Jordan, our CFO. I have a background in venture capital and have had successful exits, including the sale of a company called Catamaran to United Health for $13 billion about 15 years ago. So we are a clinical stage diagnostics company in the cancer space. We've raised about $18 billion to date, including an $8 million round that was closed in July. We will be going up for a large Series B round towards the end of the year. So the problem that we're addressing at RNA Diagnostics is that most cancer patients do not receive a survival benefit from their cancer treatments. And then they have to wait 4 to 6 months before they find out whether the stuff worked or not. And this is an enormous waste of resources, and it's also an enormous unnecessary toxicity on these patients. So we developed the RNA disruption assay to address this significant problem. The RNA disruption assay verifies during treatment in real time what a patient's response to the cancer treatment is. We measure this within 5 weeks of a 6 months treatment, and we can tell the patient and the doctors whether or not those toxic drugs that they've been getting are going to help them at all in terms of overall survival and disease-free survival. So this is true precision-guided therapy in real time. This is a huge market opportunity. We're focused only on breast cancer right now, but we believe that this technology will be useful in all other solid tumor types. What we do is we look at the degree to which the patient's ribosomal RNA from their tumor has been affected by the
Sorry, you have been cutting out. Hi, John. Hi, John. I think he logged out. Could you stop the timer for a second? 深圳能暂停一下吗？
Can we stop the timer right now? There's a technical problem from this contestant.
Okay. We're contacting him to figure out what's the problem. It's connecting. Hi, John. Hi, John. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Sorry, you yourself.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
Can you hear that?
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
is my-
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, technical issue. Yeah, so since you cut out in the middle, could you please go back to the beginning of this slide? Sorry, this slide. Yeah.
This one?
Yeah, this
okay.
slide. Yeah.
I'm gonna do this. Basically, what this does is we look at the degree to which ribosomal RNA has been broken down. We tell the patients whether they're, if you're a non-responder, it means you've got a very, very low degree of RNA disruption, and that you should looking at another therapeutic approach. And if you're a responder, you can continue with confidence. We have evidence from over 300 patients, a lot of cell line work and animal work. And basically, this line here, the green line, shows those patients that are responding versus the patients that are not responding. This is significant. This is how the technology is used. Basically, the patient gets a drug infusion, we measure their results, and their results are sent back to the patient. This is a lab-developed service, LDT, from a CLIA lab in the U.S. There's no FDA approval required. There's big benefits for everybody. As I said, we think we can do this in multiple tumor sites. We have a lot of evidence from published, including new ones that are coming out in the next couple of weeks. We've got patents that are issued in all the major countries. We're conducting a 600-patient clinical trial right now. The results will be in June, and then a following June for the full validation set. And as I said, we'll be doing a raise at the end of, in about 10 to 12 months. We'll be doing a major raise. So that's it. Sorry about the technical blow up in the middle there. I'm happy to take any questions.
Yeah, it's okay. I think there was one slide that we totally missed out because of the cutoff of the meeting. So yeah, so other judges have any question in terms of that slides, please feel free to ask. We'll give this team a little bit more time. Yeah.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Can the technology be adapted to things other than cancer therapy?
potentially, though, it's really, I mean, cancer is such a huge market. It's really,
yeah.
In fact, breast cancer by itself is a big enough market to,
That's, yeah.
Very large market opportunity and a huge exit investors. So I don't know the answer to the question. We haven't really thought about it much. Some people think it could be used in the arthritis area, degenerative disease. But we got enough to conquer cancer. We got enough opportunity there.
Okay, next one is Reza. Reza, you're muting yourself. Sorry. Could you repeat from the beginning?
I'm sorry. Yes, I was saying that thank you for this great presentation, John. And when are you planning to go into market?
So we're going to have our first what we call the training set data in June, and that'll give us an opportunity to work with the early adopters, especially in the trialist space. And we believe that we will have the full validation set of the 54 patients in mid-2023, and then we're ready to go to market. So we're already preparing. We'll be delivering a lab-developed test service out of our lab in Canada firstly, but we're planning to build a lab both in the U.S. and in Europe to supply lab test services. So
right. Thank you, John. And you mentioned that you need FDA approval. Would this be considered a device?
It's an in vitro diagnostic medical device. In the U.S., it will be delivered from a CLIA-approved lab, and in Europe, it'll be CE-marked IVD under IVDR. So it's a lab service as opposed to a kit.
Okay, thank you.
Hey,
Thank you. So this is obviously very important to discuss.
Could you please mute from your end? We're gonna use the microphone. Yeah.
Sorry. So I imagine there must have been prior attempts to solve the same problem, right? So why they failed? I'm just wondering. There must have been other attempts, right?
Okay, so the main areas that people have used to try to address this problem of assessing during treatment whether the treatment is working or not, imaging. And imaging is by its nature hasn't been successful because you're not able to image at the molecular level. The other potential competitor is in liquid biopsies, which is uses blood or to look for circulating tumor DNA or circulating tumor cells. Primary cancer tumors like primary breast cancer, there aren't enough of these circulating tumor cells to be picked up, and they haven't measured them decline or over time. So we have a very unique positioning in what we're doing.
Anyone has any questions? We're gonna leave some extra time for Juan because of text. Yeah, Bruce. Go ahead.
Thank you, John. Very impressive what you've got going here. I have a question. I've been a judge here for SCI for a number of years. The one thing is just a little bit of a disconnect. I mean, you've been around for over 10 years. As you mentioned, you've raised 18 million to date. All very impressive. Why SCI for you? What can we do for you? What brings you here to this table today?
Well, first of all, I never see pitching, so that's why I'm here. We're looking for collaborations, and I like to, potentially it could be some opportunities to collaborate with folks in China. I think maybe that's what we're looking at. So I think that's probably I like winning competitions, but that's not really why I'm here. Okay?
Awesome. Any other questions? Yeah. Okay, Lindsay.
Thank you for your very social value project. I think it's very useful. I just wonder, what is the business model? Is it going to sell your equipment or are you going to rent equipment to use to the hospital?
So the business model is a service model.
Okay.
They're taken, they're delivered to us, we process them, we send the answer back. We grade those tumors and we say whether a responder or not a responder with over the internet. So it's a service model.
How many patients you have done so far? Have you any
evidence from over 300 patients, and we're now about 150 patients into the brevity trial, which is ongoing across Europe. We'll have the results from those brevity trial patients starting in June, and then we'll have a full set of 500 patients about a year after that, so in mid 2023.
Okay, awesome.
Podium presentation at ASCO in SABCS in 2023. Okay, thank you. Sorry for the
Okay, awesome. Yeah. Okay, amazing presentation. So it's time to evaluate the team presentation and submit the score. 现在是评委打分环节。Okay, let's start scoring this team. Although there's a technical issue, but it was an amazing presentation, very on point. Good job. Yeah, if you accidentally turn off the scoring page, you can find the poll button at the bottom of the Zoom meeting page. You can just click it and it will return back. Yeah. Let me know if you guys have any issues with the scoring page. We're gonna move on. And for the people who just joined in, please do not submit any score. Okay? Please do not give score to yourself either. It will be invalid. So please just leave it alone. It will disappear automatically if you're not the judge. Yeah, so we collected most of the scores. We're just waiting for one more judge. Because she has some issues submitting the score. We're helping her out to figure out how to do the submission. Just a few seconds. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. After we receive the final submission, we can move forward. Okay, awesome. We collected all the results. Very excited. Nice. Let's move on to the next team. Team 7, Maxwell. Let's welcome the speaker.
Greetings. I'm Joshua McClure, CEO of Maxwell Biosciences. Hi, how are you?
Good. So, please share your slides with us. And let me know when you're ready. Put the slides on full screen. I will announce the timer to start the countdown. Okay? Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay, awesome. Let's start the timer. 请倒计时开始.
All right, great. Hi, I'm Joshua McClure, CEO of Maxwell Biosciences. I have 19 years of experience as a CEO. And I founded Maxwell in 2016 out of Stanford University and University of California, Berkeley, and the Department of Energy. Maxwell technology is backed by over $30 million in non-dilutive funds from the Japanese, Australian, and US markets. An example is DARPA's a synthetic immune system and the international effort to develop broad-spectrum virucidal therapeutics. Here's our disclaimers. Nature's Scientific Reports published our compounds as fast killers of drug-resistant infectious pathogens and cancers by targeting vulnerabilities in pathogen and tumor cell membranes that don't exist in healthy human cells. These pathogen-specific membrane vulnerabilities are the same pathogen-specific abilities that allow our immune system peptides to kill them. We use that same vulnerability in our small molecule pathogens. And Maxwell's technology is well posed to disrupt pathogens and tumors, completely activating the pathogen. Don't take our word for it. The University of Texas Medical Branch used electron microscope imaging to confirm, essentially photograph, viral membrane disruption by Maxwell's Clarimer technology against SARS-CoV-2. Again, don't take our word for it. His team at NIAID showed the highest sensitivity of their 12,000 studies against SARS and influenza. NIAID isn't alone. The Japanese CDC confirmed their efficacy. The Baylor College of Medicine reported our as a breakthrough. Both NYU and Stanford University confirmed the results repeatedly. The high impact journal reported significant improvement in a human breast cancer xenotransplantation, which is the gold standard device, without any multiple adverse effects. So this is data, absolutely excellent safety data, and shows efficacy against chemotherapy-resistant tumors. Nature Scientific reported rapid inactivation of drug-resistant bacteria as fast killers, which rapidly aggregate bacterial ribosomes in vitro and in vivo. The high impact pharmaceuticals reported our compounds inactivate the herpes virus, which is an RNA virus, and SARS-CoV-2 with a direct effect on the viral structure after future non-infective. I could go on. There's a mountain of data over 50 published peer-reviewed studies on our compounds by institutions and governments around the world. David Core is a medical doctor who treats immunocompromised patients at the Comprehensive Cancer Center. When he tested our compounds, he got very excited. He's been testing these compounds for over a decade. Various different experimental compounds. When he tested our compounds, he said, "This is I need you to understand." His email address is listed here to chat with him about his findings. Our technology can do so many things because Maxwell's platform can mimic and enhance almost is the primary immune peptide used to fight infections. Cathelicidins are well studied because they're wide array of pathogens and tumors. Here you can see the institutional proposals so far against some of the most difficult, serious, life-threatening pathogens and tumors. Preclinical studies show the clinical platform safely peptides with enhanced biostability, simple manufacturing, smaller size, and they're engineered to specific structures. Here's an untreated virus under that University of Texas electron microscope. After treatment with clever compounds, you can see disrupted viruses, synthetic immune molecules successfully destroy avoiding human cells. We have strong, granted composition of matter patents with plenty of commercialized. The Maxwell team has a deep bench of data with experience in life sciences discovery and development. We target Q3 2023 for human trials and IBM. We're in talks with three large pharmaceutical companies and just signed a large deal with a large publicly traded pharmaceutical health company, African fever virus. Here are the terms. We're now raising on a price seed round offering preferred shares at a $50 million pre to fund major value points, leading to licensing revenue, continue to leverage funded collaboration with teams at NIAID, and we're moving into DoD deals as well. I've got a meeting with the White House tomorrow. Key takeaways here: we have a disruptive platform with multiple shots on excellent efficacy and safety data, and an existing NIAID collaboration in a time when NIAID is getting millions to fund that's a lot of momentum. Investors have a rare opportunity for a large biotech exit within 2 to 3 years. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much for the presentation. Okay, now let's move on to the Q&A session. Please prepare to raise your hand and let me know if you have any questions. And we will start the timer. 问答环节倒计时开始. Awesome. Who wants to go first? Okay, Bruce, go ahead.
Why not? First of all, Joshua, Powell, blown away. Fabulous presentation. Had to cut that short as well, I know, and you really did a great job. Great job. That's impressive. Congratulations on your recent Toronto hire, who I know is a good person from Koretsu days. You know what? I'm going to ask somebody asked before to the person before you, the presentation before you. I love it. I mean, you're very developed. You're really very sophisticated here. How does SCI help you? Or slightly change that. What can we do that helps you?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we have such a disruptive platform that it's really important to get the word out to as many people as possible. We're in talks with large traditional pharmaceutical biotech, venture capital firms. We're talking with SPAC firms that are raising pipes. What we're trying to do is just get the word out to as many people as possible. I think it's really important that this is an international effort, and we made a lot of effort. Most of the sponsorship money has come from the U.S., from the DoD, and from NIAID. I think it's very important that this technology is developed all over the world. It is potentially disruptive to have pan-influenza defense systems when just one company had it. So we're working with as many pharmaceutical companies in partnership as possible, and we're going to create many different spin-out companies. Because we are a platform, we're not just one compound, many different. We have the ability and we have the patents to create not just members of the side with our small drug candidates. So clearly, these are synthetic drug candidates. They're not peptides, small molecules, and they act like small molecules. They're very popular in the pharmaceutical industry. The pharmaceutical industry absolutely loves because they perform some like unknown, like we don't understand the science nature of how proteins fold and how they know what to fold. Right? Like you probably heard of help you sort of that science understand looking for, right? So the pharmaceutical industry also hates peptides because peptides are stable in clinical trials, right? So imagine a technology platform that embraces the stability of in vivo and has the folding powers of all of the biomimicry of a peptide. So this is essentially it's like synthetic life. It's like DARPA's grant to create a synthetic immune system, which is we are science. Now, we can also create antagonists, which are able to in parallel grab two different receptors at the same time in the hormone system and activate or deactivate those receptors. So we can essentially mimic any peptide out there that we've seen so far. We have the patents on that.
Thank you. I wish our had something for passion from the CEO. You turned on that one.
Thank you. I really see myself as a service to humanity, and I think that what's coming ahead. It's not just our company, but many other companies out there that are really working to transform the human experience. I think this is I see when infectious disease is no longer an existential threat to the economies and to what we think of the future.
Okay, awesome. Mr. Chu, go ahead.
So this may come as a naive question, so I apologize first, but I was wondering, has any relevance to the fight against COVID?
Absolutely. So we actually to the DoD, and we're working with generals throughout the United States, the CDC, governments all around the world. As I said, I've got a briefing with tomorrow. We're calling this a zero therapeutic. So on day zero of the pandemic, we could be able to distribute this therapeutic, and it has coronavirus, pan influenza, including H1N1 avian flu. They're down the list. The potency against everything that we have tested so far that happens. So the only viruses that we have not seen potency against are the naked viruses, the ones without a membrane envelope, because we actually target a uniform vulnerability in those membranes.
Okay, awesome. No more questions? Okay, great. Let's move on to the next session. 请深圳方和 Marco 做准备，我们进行打分。Okay, now it's time to evaluate the team and submit the score. 打分开始。So for the people who just joined in the meeting, please note that the scoring page is for judges only, and the page will close automatically after the scoring is completed. Please ignore the scoring page that will pop up next during the event for those who are not involved in scoring, such as audience, speakers, and team members. Thank you very much. We're just collecting the results right now. Okay, we have already received all the results. Let's move on to the next team for the presentation. So next team, let's welcome Lightline to give the presentation. Hi, Vicky. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Yeah. I will try to give enough time for everyone to finish finish their presentation, but please try to finish as soon as you can.
Okay.
And let me know when you're.
Sure, I'm ready. I'm Vicky Farrar, the CEO of Lightline Medical. Okay, I'm Vicky Farrar, the CEO of Lightline Medical. We are using visible light to prevent catheter-associated lesions. I'm here raising a Series A of $5 million, of which $1.5 million remains, and we will close at the end of the year. Question for everybody here. Are you afraid to go to the hospital? You should be. Hospital-acquired infections is a huge international problem, but in the US, annual costs close to $20 billion, 100,000 deaths. Most of these infections are called never events. They should never happen, and therefore they're never going to be reimbursed. But on top of the lack of lack of reimbursement are staggering penalties in the hundreds of millions of dollars. As mentioned, global problem. So why? Why can't the world fix the problem? Chart on the right. As antibiotic-resistant organisms are on the rise, the drugs to combat them are on the decline. We have the solution. It's called the Lightline Photo Disinfection System. As mentioned, we're using visible light. That's light that the human eye can see. Significantly, it's not UV light. UV light degrades catheter materials and is toxic to human tissue. There is no antibiotic issue with visible light. This will be the first antimicrobial for all infections: dialysis, urinary, vascular, and respiratory. I'm just going to point out 3 people on the team. I have deep intellectual property experience, sold my last infection control company to Merit Medical. Merit put $1 million in the company. Perry Kroll, who's also online here, is our chief engineering officer. He has had several successful exits, and others. Kelly Powers, he recently retired from Sierra Bard and Bard Access. He has put over 100 products on the market with revenue exceeding $10 billion. This is a snapshot of where we are to date. We've completed our concept studies, in vivo and in vitro studies. We have a huge patent portfolio, freedom to operate, opinions and rights in writing for products, 8 US issued patents, 10 foreign, and 16 pending. We have 1 exclusive distribution agreement with Medline Industries. Medline is the largest private distributor in North America, but our distribution agreement is only in North America and only in urinary. So we have lots and lots of other partnerships we can do. We've had lots of grants and awards, American Medical Association, NAFTA, and others. We've raised $8 million to date. Notable investors include Merit, Astia Angels, Keiretsu, Alligator Holdings, and others. We know the device works. We have successfully killed the microorganisms, both in vivo and in vitro, that cause these infections. First, we're putting our technology in a peritoneal dialysis catheter for several reasons. It's because there's a huge clinical need. 89% of the patients are on hemodialysis and not peritoneal dialysis, even though peritoneal dialysis done in the home is considered to be a much better for the patient quality of life and clinical life. How come then there aren't more patients on peritoneal dialysis? It's because they're scared to death of an infection, and we can prevent that. You see here our reusable light engine. It's attached to an off-the-shelf catheter. In that off-the-shelf catheter, we have a fiber that's going to emit light inside and outside the catheter, disinfecting and sterilizing it and preventing infection. Because our technology in the peritoneal dialysis catheter is outside the body and not touching human tissue, we need no animal and clinical trials to get FDA clearance, and that's why it's our first product. This is a huge market, over 100 million PDPs per year. We have a partnership distribution model. For example, we believe a Fresenius or a Baxter could get, in the first year on the market, approximately $30 million in that market, or 2.4%, and 6 years later, close to $200 million in revenue. But 76% of patients are on hemodialysis are eligible. And if we add just 1% of those per year for 5 years, we convert them, that increases revenue by $73 million. Next is the Holy Grail. We put our technology in a Foley catheter to prevent catheter-associated urinary tract infections. This is a huge market too. It's also a 510K, but it's a de novo 510K. We need animal and clinical trials, and therefore it's product number 2, not product number 1. We have no competition in peritoneal dialysis. What we do in the urinary field, mostly antimicrobials, but we know they don't work. Silver degrades over time, and hospitals are penalized for for these infections, so we know they don't work. Nobody but like is using visible. This is a huge market opportunity, but that's not what I want to talk about. I want to talk about why anybody would buy our product. It's because we have a strong value proposition. The patient doesn't get an infection, the payer saves money, and the provider and the hospital don't get penalized monetarily, and they also save their reputation. We are closing our Series A at the end of the year. The share price is 69 cents at an $18 million pre-money valuation. Alligator Holdings, a family office, invested $2.5 million. And here's what I want to talk about. Why did they invest in Lifeline? It's because they have deep automated manufacturing experience and believe that they can help us avoid mistakes in manufacturing. We estimate that we will have an exit of 3 to 5 times revenue 4 years from launch. That would give Series A 27 times back their money and 17.5%. Here's where we are now. We are working on producing our production-ready light engine. Next, we will raise the Series A1, do our FDA testing, followed by our other products. The point of this slide, and it's my last, is that it's not that these companies will buy us, it's that we have technology with multiple exits. Example, Fresenius may only want our technology for dialysis, Teleflex may want all of it, Bard, BD, and Merit may want all of it. Thank you, and we also have completed due diligence that we can share with you. I'm here for questions along with Thank you
so much for the presentation. Thank you. Okay, now it's time for Q&A. Please start the timer. 问答环节倒计时开始。Who wants to go first? Are we missing one judge? Okay, Lauren, go ahead.
Hi. So sometimes someone can have a good idea. I'm just curious if you've looked into like the market studies in terms of the potential actual uptake of your idea.
Very good question. So we have a very prominent clinical advisory board, all of whom are both in academia, but also have clinics with hundreds of peritoneal dialysis patients. And every one of them believes that they will use this for their patients. But we've also done customer discovery and we do that throughout the life of the product, not just before we launch. And we've interviewed nephrologists, patients, etc. And without exception, 100% of the nephrologists, nurses, and patients believe there is a deep need for this product.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Vicky, for the presentation. I wonder what is the science behind this disinfection by visible light? I mean, it's known that UV kills other pathogens. In terms of visible light, is there any sort of extra there? Could you elaborate on that?
Sure. So light is made up of photons that are then absorbed by peripherins and excite them to create reactive oxygen species. And it's the reactive oxygen species that can literally kill the cell wall and the bacteria. And that is pretty well established. I do have one slide I can show you if you're interested, but it's very well known mechanism of action. And I might point out one issue that you can't patent visible light, and it's been around forever. Its mechanism of action is well known. But what we have patented is the method of killing these microbes. So the method of delivery is what we patented. But if you're interested, I do have one slide. I just don't want to take your time. Let's see. I'm gonna try to share my screen again. Okay, here's a pretty good visual of the mechanism of action. right there. Right there.
Really good one to show the slide 25 was an actual experiment we did with dye uptake after light, visible light has been subjected, bacteria has been subjected to the visible light. The red shows that bacteria has uptaked the dye, meaning the cellular wall has ruptured, so it's absorbed it, whereas without light, green shows the live bacteria. So this was an experiment we did where we grew biofilm on the outside surface of the catheter, and our fiber optic was inside the catheter, and that fiber optic was able to emit radial light through the fluid, through the catheter to kill the bacteria.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. Anyone has any other questions? We can give one more chance. One question. No questions at all? Okay, awesome. Yeah, we wrapped it up pretty quick. That was an awesome presentation and questions and answers. Awesome. Okay, let's move on. Okay.
Let's be prepared for the scoring session.
For the people who are not the judges, please ignore the page. The page will close automatically after scoring is completed. Please do not submit the score for your team members. And also the audience, please just ignore the page. Thank you so much. We're just waiting for seconds to collect all the results. Thank you so much for your patience. Sorry, we probably a few extra seconds. One of our judges just lost connection, so we're waiting for the last result, and then we'll be moving on. Thank you so much. can see that the other judge is it's gonna be done soon. Awesome. So we're gonna wait. The score submission should be separated after the judge is done connecting the internet again. So let's move on to the next team, team number 9. I'll go bio. Welcome. Okay. Please let me know when you're ready. I will announce to start the timer. Okay.
Okay.
Ready?
Yes.
Okay. Awesome.
You hear me all right?
Sorry, what? Yeah, we can hear you perfectly. Okay, awesome. Let's start the timer. 请倒计时开始. Good luck.
Thank you. My name is Annika Van Huven, and I'm the co-founder of Algo Bio. We are developing the first non-toxic bio-based flame retardant. So did you know that you spend about 22 hours exposed to toxic flame retardants? And these chemicals are found in everyday household items because they have a necessary safety measure. However, they can cause fertility complications, brain development issues, and cancer. And many of these chemicals stay in our environment for over 1 million years, leading to accumulated exposure. And over the years, many flame retardants have been banned once enough toxicology data is collected. And the flame retardants currently on the market will likely follow this trend. In fact, in Canada, they just released an action plan in August 2021 to phase out 12 more toxic flame retardants, and another 16 are under investigation. And the common trend among chemical companies is that when one chemical is banned or restricted due to its toxicity, they use another chemical with a similar molecular structure and therefore similar toxicity, or they just use a lower concentration of the banned chemical in order to be under the restriction threshold. However, both of these solutions are temporary fixes because it's still putting the public safety at risk and risks still being banned in the future. And this is where we come in. We've developed a patentable non-toxic flame retardant made from a biopolymer and nanoparticles that can be easily applied to textiles used in firefighter gear, baby clothing, mattresses, vehicles, and more. And we can assure that our flame retardant is non-toxic because it contains 0 VOCs and uses readily available materials already found in FDA-approved products. As you can see in these images, our flame retardant coating significantly improves the material's ability to suppress fire. And our coating not only inhibits the spread of fire, but also prevents melting plastic, reduces the amount of smoke, and helps materials self-extinguish the fire. Now, our obtainable market is the North American flame retardant textile market, valued at $92 million. And this market needs our solution now because the public is pushing for greener solutions, and it is estimated that flame retardants currently used in North America will be banned by 2024. And our customers have expressed their need to get ahead of these regulations. We will then have the resources to expand to the global flame retardant market. And our vision is to alter our product into a powder form, which means we can sell into the flame retardant plastics market valued at $62 billion. Now, the average flame retardant costs $26 per liter, and ours is costing about $9 per liter to produce, which leaves us room for profit. And our flame retardant coating is easily applied with the same processes that are currently used in manufacturing textiles, which makes it easily adaptable. And we plan to sell our coating at the market average while it has the added benefit of being non-toxic. One customer in this space typically 1 million yards of textile every week, and they would need approximately 122 milliliters of flame retardant to coat 1 yard of fabric. If we could just capture one customer and fill their needs with 122,000 liters per week at the average price point of $25 per liter, we can be making a weekly revenue of $3 million. Now, our main competitors include some larger chemical companies who are starting to devote resources to innovation branches and small flame retardant companies. However, our advantage is that we already have a ready-to-use technology And we've conducted at least 24 customer interviews, and everyone we've spoken to have the common opinion that there's a desire for our solution. We have an ongoing relationship with 10 companies, 4 who have reached out to us, who want to test our product, including some global suppliers of flame retardants. And we've also performed high-level testing on our product that are industry standard flame tests. We have a rate is 10 times better than the standard. Now, up to this point, we've been funded, but we're looking to raise $2 million to sustain us for 24 months. We're currently collaborating with 2 textile treatment companies we are sending samples to so that they can perform their high-level testing and validate our product's efficacy with their materials. One of which has already expressed their interest in using a 100 kilogram pilot batch of our flame retardant on their textiles. So we hope to grow this relationship and eventually be able to fill all this customers' needs, leading to $3 million weekly revenue. We then plan to conduct the third-party certification, which is not required to sell in this market, but it'll attract new customers and show our product's validation. Alongside growing our coating sales, we'll focus our innovation efforts on developing our powder form of our technology, and that way we can use it as an additive and grow into a whole new market segment. And we are the right team to solve this issue, as we've all graduated from nanotechnology engineering, so we have an extensive amount of nanomaterial experience and the technical skills to build this product in this field. I personally have experience working at various startup companies, which has given me exposure to early product development. Elias brings a technology edge to the team with his tremendous research and development experience, and Tessa possesses knowledge in business operations and product lifecycle management. And we have all recently graduated from the Concept Pre-Accelerator program, have been recognized as the National James Dyson Award runner-up in Canada, and have made the international top 20 shortlist out of 2,000 applications, which puts us in the running to win the international first place. And we're now participating in the CDL Accelerator program here in Toronto, which provides priceless mentorship. And we're also surrounding ourselves with industry experts like Paul Hardy, who has worked in the chemical industry for over 20 years and is now a flame retardant product line manager, and Quincy Emmons, a former firefighter and fire chief, who is now president of his own company making firefighter foam. And our vision is to eliminate toxic flame retardants. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I need to set the timer in order to start the Q&A session. Okay. Please start the timer. Yeah, go ahead. Yes.
Hi. I'm curious, how far are you from production?
To kind of production for sales.
Yeah, in terms of both the development of the product and logistically being ready to go to market.
Yeah, so the product is developed and has undergone kind of the critical parameters that we've identified from the customers. So now we're at a point where we're working with these people to work on scalability, and in theory, everything from like manufacturing and the technology should work at scale, but we're currently in the stage of testing that, and that's why we're hoping to start this 100 kilogram pilot batch, which after that, we could move into, that would be kind of like our first test of production. And then we can slowly like grow that production greater than 100 kilograms.
Thank you.
Okay, awesome. And Reza, you're the next. And
yes,
then Bruce. Yes.
Thank you, Aniko, for this great presentation. I have a couple of questions. The first one is, do you need any regulatory requirements in order to bring this products to the market?
Yes, so there are like certain tests that we need to kind of ensure that we meet, but that is kind of dependent on application, so it would more be our customers performing those tests. And like I mentioned, there are some certifications like NFPA here in America and one Canada, but those are more like nice to have that the customers like to see rather than a necessity.
I see. And have you conducted any pilot projects?
So we've done like a few samples. So we've gotten some samples from some customers and coded it and sent them back for testing, but we haven't actually started like a larger pilot project yet.
Okay, thank you.
Bruce? Yeah. Go ahead.
Annika, very impressive presentation you present with a lot more wisdom. Actually, if you take any gray hair interns, I'd like to sign up. I'm impressed. You know, when I look at startups and I get involved and I look for ones that solve a real problem, big check mark, huge market opportunity, big check mark. Help me understand the technology or the barriers to entry. Who else can do what you're doing? Have you got something truly unique here that you can protect? Because you blew me away with your numbers. I mean, the fact that you're coming in with a solution that is a third of the cost of current that isn't even safe. I got to know how you protect yourself going in here, because I got to imagine you have a lot of people nipping at you.
Yeah, so in terms of protection, we are filing a patent. We have our patent kind of fully written by a lawyer, and we'll be filing soon. And so that's kind of the protection side of things. In terms of kind of how our technology stands out, so a lot of flame retardants currently used on the market suppress, their technology kind of works by inhibiting the oxygen from reaching the combustible material. Our technology works in a different way, and I think that's why it hasn't kind of been explored up to this point. So our technology works by, when heated to a certain temperature, it forms a char layer surrounding the material, and it blocks the fire or ignition from reaching the combustible in that way, rather than like suppressing the oxygen. Did I answer everything, or I feel like I missed a few?
No, the only thing you forgot is, where do I sign up as an intern?
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Yes.
How does your char layer way fight combustion from oxygen?
So the actual like fighting the fire is very similar. It's a very similar result in terms of like the flame retardancy. But I guess like I think ours is a little bit more of a temperature advantage. So the material doesn't heat up as much because there is that protective barrier rather than just the oxygen.
Thanks.
I have to stop, but
yeah, time's up, unfortunately. But yeah, once again, great presentation. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. 请深圳和 Marco 准备好打分。Okay, now let's move on to the evaluation part. Please submit your score once you see the scoring page on the screen. For the people who just joined the meeting, once again, the scoring page is for judges only, and then the page will close automatically after scoring is completed. Please ignore the scoring page that will pop up during the event for those who are not involved in scoring, such as audience, speakers, and team members. Thank you very much. Awesome. This time is pretty quick. Good job, judges. You guys are getting a hand on our new system. All right. Thank you again for the great presentation. Let's move to the next team. Team 10, Solaris. Hi, Sahar.
Hello, yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Let me know timer to start.
Sure. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, awesome. Please start the timer. 请开始倒计时. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hi, I'm Dr. Sarah Sam, Chief Science Officer and co-founder of Solaire. I'm here to present Solaire. We are raising $2 million at a $9 million valuation. And Solaire is a clean tech company that helps solar energy from any surfaces. I invented a new fabrication process for thin film solar cells and transparent conductive electrodes that enhance the properties of solar cells. Imagine if you could capture the sense from anywhere, from windows, building facades, electric vehicles. However, conventional silicon technology is not suitable. We need a new material and technology to fulfill the requirements for those applications. Demand for solar energy has always been on the rise and is starting to become a requirement by several governments. However, there is an increasing worldwide shortage of solar panels due to the scarcity of its main material, silicon. With our solution, solar cell manufacturers have the potential to make solar energy accessible and applicable in a much wider way. Current solar panels are made of silicon. Their fabrication process has several steps, which makes it expensive, long, energy-consuming, and produces high greenhouse gas emissions. Solaire enables the photovoltaic industry to make solar cells from an abundant and low-cost material called perovskite. Silicon has an average energy conversion efficiency of 15 to 19%. Perovskite has potential for 2 to 3 times higher energy conversion efficiency. For thin film coaters and solar cell manufacturers who want to address market demands for flexible and transparent photovoltaic solutions with higher energy conversion efficiency, unlike current silicon solar panels, our perovskite-based ink and photovoltaics have lower manufacturing costs, 40% lower greenhouse gas emissions, and enable new innovative applications. Our first product is a perovskite-based solar ink that can be used by manufacturers to create final products applicable to a wide range of photovoltaic devices. Solar cells consist of several layers, including the top and bottom encapsulation layer. Our solar ink replaces silicon in a solar module stack, and because of its higher energy conversion efficiency and less energy-intensive manufacturing process, the resulting solar cells have better performance at a lower cost. This is a $768 billion market. Our Chief Development Officer has 35 years of industry experience and is working with Tier 1 companies piloting our product. We have partners in Canada and overseas to scale up our processes and test our products. Solaire has won multiple competitions, including the Canada's Clean 50 Top Projects, Top Startup Canada, and has been featured as an emerging rocket by the investment community in BC. We have a two-sided technology and business model. First is the development and commercialization of our solar ink with a patent-pending formulation that allows high shelf life and high energy conversion efficiency, adaptable for different coating processes. And second, by 2024, licensing our manufacturing process for coating all different layers using one fabrication technique, where the output is a rigid or flexible perovskite solar module with high performance. For example, a photovoltaic film. Our sales executives are working 38 leads on a weighted sales pipeline of over $4 million. Our solar ink paid pilot shipments started this year. We forecast a $50 million cumulative revenue by 2026. We expect our EBITDA to be positive by 2023. We have a comprehensive IP strategy that includes 44 patent families, with even more innovation in our pipeline. Our patent application cover our core technology, future product iteration, and the adjacent market, but especially core technology, which includes our ink formulation, electrodes, and device structure. Current perovskite available in the market doesn't have the stability and shelf life required for large volume solar panel manufacturing, and it is suitable only for research and small size coating processes. Our ink has a long shelf life, provides high energy conversion efficiency, and is compatible with different scalable manufacturing processes. Our solar ink enables solar module manufacturers to fabricate high-performance solar panels. We're also developing a manufacturing process to enable third parties to fabricate flexible and translucent perovskite solar modules that are applicable for innovative applications such as solar windows and solar vehicles. Other perovskite companies are either adding perovskite to silicon or focus on rigid and opaque perovskite solar panels, which limits their applications. We are projecting multiple rounds tied to our milestones and objectives. The size of our round and the timing are very similar to comparable in the perovskite industry. We will promote our seed round to strategic investors such as competitors and vendors who will potentially become our acquirers for exit. Comparables in investment round, potential valuation, and exit strategy includes a handful of companies working in the same space as ours, such as Sol Technologies, Oxford PV, and First Solar. Over the past 18 months, we raised $4 million in equity and non-dilutive funding. We also have secured over $4 million in in-kind contributions. We're planning to exit by acquisition in 6 to 7 years at a $1 billion valuation. Potential acquirers include current player in the perovskite market, as well as companies in photovoltaic industry. Our management team has the skills and diversity that leads us to innovation. Our CEO is a 5-time serial entrepreneur. Our product development director has over 30 years experience in scaling coating technologies, working with Kodak, Creo, and DuPont. We are raising $2 million. This investment will trigger an additional $3 million in grants. To date, we have around 40% of our round committed. The use of fund is mainly for purchasing materials and equipment for scaling up our solar ink cells. If you're looking to invest in a company with 75 times returns in 7 years, working in clean tech, that is majority women-owned and operated, and creates more than 200 jobs in the next 5 years in North America, investing in solar is for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the amazing presentation. Okay, now let's move on to the Q&A session. Please start the timer for Q&A. 现在问答时间开始，请倒计时。Okay, Reza.
Yes, thank you very much, Sahar, for this very informative and great presentation. I have a couple of questions. My first question is about the type of the material you use. First of all, is it a semiconductor? And the second question in that relation is, if it is a semiconductor, is it a crystalline material or non-crystalline material?
Great question, Reza. So yes, it is a semiconductor material. And to just give you more detail about perovskite, which is the material that we're using, the material called perovskite, but perovskite is actually the name of crystal structure. So when for example, when you hear perovskite, it might be different chemical components, but when they create a crystal structure, they create a perovskite crystal structure. So to your answer, it is a semiconductor and it's a crystalline material.
So it is a compound, I believe. It's not an element.
No, it is a compound.
You mentioned that you have 44, patents. Are any of them issued, any patents issued, or they're all pending?
Yeah, we have a couple of patent issues. I have 2 of my patents that are all issued. So this company is from University of Victoria, and my patents are basically owned by University of Victoria, but University of Victoria licensed it to me, which I now license it to my company. So those are additional patents, but we're only 18 months old, the company. So all of the patents, the rest of the patents that we have, they're pending. Some of them started earlier, some of them we're just filing. So most of them are pending now.
So this compound, is it a polymer type of compound or it is non-polymer?
It's a mixture of organic, inorganic compound.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. So Lindsay, go ahead. Yes.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. Thank you for your amazing presentation. I like your idea. My question is about the price of the products. The user use your products is going to increase their cost or reduce their cost of the final product.
Great question. It will reduce the cost, and it will reduce the cost in two ways. One of them is the cost for the raw material, which this material that we're using, because we are using a very basically easily acquired material. It is easy to basically synthesize that material in the lab. So the cost for the raw material is less than current technologies. And also in the manufacturing process, our manufacturing process is also close to room temperature without using any clean room or controlled environment, without using any vacuum processes. So the whole process is also less expensive compared to the current technologies and current coating processes. And therefore the final product, it is between 40 to 60% lower cost compared to, for example, current panels that are available.
Thank you. I'm interested about the manufacturing because you probably are going to have it produced materials somewhere in the global supply chain. Are you going to think about in the future in China, open the market, and also develop a manufacturing in China?
That's a great question. So with the 44 patent families that we have right now, we are basically having those filing those patents in the US. But we will have between more than a year to decide if we want to file that patent in other jurisdictions as well. During that year, we will work with different partners to figure out which country we have more potential to, for example, sell or produce our product. And based on that research, we will decide either we want to file it, for example, in Europe, or let's say in Asia, or for example, keep it in North America. But yeah, there's a potential to file our patent in China as well.
Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, everyone. Now let's move on to the part to submit the score. 请正方和 Marco 做好准备，进入打分环节。Okay, now let's please judges evaluate the team and then submit your score. Please note that the scoring page is for judges only, and the page will close automatically after the scoring is completed. Please ignore the scoring page that will pop up during the event for those who are not involved in scoring, such as audience, speakers, and team members. Thank you very much. And after this scoring being submitted, it will be the last team. Okay, all right, we have received all the results. Thank you again, Sahar, for the amazing presentation. Now let's welcome the last team to present. And then The last team is called Sotera.
Yeah. Yes.
Hi, nice to meet you, Brian. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. You can share the slides with us. Awesome. And put it on full screen.
Yeah.
Please let me know when you're ready. I will announce to start the timer. Yeah.
Yeah, great. I'm ready now.
Okay, awesome. Let's start the timer. 请倒计时开始. Good luck.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Brian Morin. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Soteria Battery Innovation Group. Lithium-ion batteries today suffer from a drumbeat of multi-billion-dollar public events. The Boeing 787 we're familiar with, as well as the Samsung Galaxy Note 7. And today there are 4 major automotive companies recalling electric vehicles due to spontaneous battery fires. At Soteria, we are dedicated to inherently safe cells everywhere. And let me show you what that looks like. These are standard cell phone size cells on the left, undergoing 4 different nail penetration tests. The same tests are being done on cells that implement the Soteria technology on the right. And you can see very different results. We require our cells not only to go through damage without igniting, but we also require them to continue functioning. So these cells have been damaged, and then 4 hours after the damage, they were able to give more than 85% of their original capacity back, so they continue functioning. We've got 3 pillars to our value proposition. The first is revolutionary safety, where we eliminate the root cause of cell ignition and the cells keep functioning. The next is full compatibility with the lithium-ion battery industry, including it being a drop into existing manufacturing, and also because we take out metal to accomplish this, also a weight reduction, material cost reduction, and we deliver equivalent electrical performance. And the last is industry support. We're putting our technology out through an open innovation consortium. Think the Microsoft IBM model of launching a business. And through that, we're able to set up a broad and robust supply chain. So a few seconds of how the technology works. Every lithium-ion battery has aluminum copper foils, anode and cathode, and a plastic membrane in between them. Every battery fire starts when something punctures that membrane. The energy of the cell goes in and generates heat, which causes the membrane to shrink, which generates more heat, more shrinkage. And this is the spark that lights the battery on fire. We do 2 things differently. The first is we replace that plastic membrane with a nanofiber-based non-woven separator that's reinforced with Kevlar nanofibers. The Kevlar is stable to 500 degrees Celsius, so this separator is never going to melt or shrink. The next thing is we replace the metal foils with metallized film. So think a potato chip bag. It's a thin sheet of plastic with enough metal on each side to run the battery, but not enough to drive the intense current densities that'll light it on fire. Now, when you get the short circuit, the energy flows in briefly. The separator may char, but it won't melt or shrink. And it's the thin metal in the current collector that burns out the fuse, stops the flow of energy. You've got a working cell with a dead spot in the middle. And that's what you saw in the videos. Our consortium now has 107 members. And you can see on the left, we've got large equipment material manufacturers such as DuPont, Asian, Applied Materials. In the middle, we have 30 cell and pack members that are building our technology into their cells and packs, and all different kinds of cells here, and honestly, every country also. And then on the right, we have a growing number of end users who are taking these cells, building them into their devices, and that's how it'll go to market. We're targeting 4 small device markets to start with. These include e-bikes, esports, drones, power tools, and low-speed EVs. The nice thing is, while these are small devices, they're not small markets, and this gives us a potential royalty of $500 million in 2025. But electric vehicles is the big opportunity. The trends in electric vehicles are leading to higher risks and more stresses on the battery that require safety, robustness, and abuse concerns. Our management team is experienced. Both Carl and I are serial entrepreneurs. And Carl has been the chief engineer at 2 lithium-ion battery companies. We've won a number of different awards, including being named the #1 most fundable company by Entrepreneur Magazine in 2018 out of 2,000 applicants. Our business model is nice because we want everybody to use this technology, and through the consortium, we get broad access to the market. It allows us to have a very low royalty rate that turns into a significant over $1 billion royalty stream in 2030. We're raising a $5 million bridge round led by Keiretsu Forum Mid-Atlantic. It's at a 20% discount and a $48 million post-money cap. That is about a third committed today, and we've only been pitching for a month, and we are seeking a lead investor for a $25 million Series B. So in conclusion, we've got inherently safe cells. We're going to market, taking them to market through an open innovation consortium. We're commercializing now. We have an award-winning company and experienced team and a capital efficient model in a growing market. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Now let's move to the Q&A session. Okay, let's start the timer for the Q&A. 倒计时开始，进入问答环节。Okay, Derek, did you raise your hand? Awesome. Go ahead.
Hey, Brian, just a quick question regarding the initial upfront cost that you mentioned in the process introducing your technology, and also ongoing savings on production, or actually will be incremented in production cost leveraging this technology.
Yeah, so upfront it's very minor. There's a few adjustments to coding, such as spreader rolls. The welding needs to be adjusted, but only minor adjustments. All the normal processes work as they did. So coding, stacking, winding, forming, all of those work as they do. Ongoing, the cost savings is around 5% of the cost of the battery, and that's primarily due to the copper. We remove about 80% of the copper. So there's about a 5% cost or 5% cost reduction. The nice thing is that it's down, not up, and they get the safety for free and the weight reduction for free.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Bruce, yeah, go ahead.
First of all, Brian, you took the last spot and just knocked it out of the ballpark. So what a walk-off home run. Well done. Really great presentation. One of my constant talk to me about your barriers to entry from competitors. Where's your IP protection? How deep can you go? Who else is doing it? I mean, I love your business model. It's brilliant. I just got to how you keep the others away.
Yeah, so there's three levels. The first is we have about 60 issued patents today and about 30 more pending. These are global, so we have patents in almost every country you would want to name. And so the patent protection is good. The next is secrets. There are some tricks to making this work, such as how to make the separator, how to make the current collector, how to do the welding, the best ways to assemble cells. Those are embodied in app notes and other documents, internal documents, white papers that we release only under an NDA. And then the third level is the brand. And I didn't get to say much about this, but we've set a standard, a safety standard that we can certify our cells to. And the intention is to allow companies that can certify the cells to our safety standard to use the Soteria brand. It becomes the sticker on the outside that tells you it's got the safe cells on the inside. So I hope it works. That's well
done. I get it completely.
Thank you.
Okay, awesome. We still have time, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask right now. Yeah, Jianwen.
So I think I got your point of focusing on.
Please unmute for the Shenzhen side. 深圳的同事能把会场的那个要的那个话筒眼静音吗？
Could you unmute yourself?
You cannot hear me?
深圳会场的。Okay, go ahead. Yeah, it's good now.
So.
Yeah. You can unmute yourself. Just use the microphone. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So I got your point of focusing on the safety of the batteries, but battery have many other performance metric, to compete on the market. I was just wondering what's the impact on them, right? So when customer evaluate a battery, it's a composite metrics, right? So could you comment on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So the waste naturally reduced by pulling them out. Energy density goes up by between 10 and 15%, depending on exactly how they build it. And the electrical power, we can build a cell that delivers equivalent electrical power. And I'll give an example. S-Volt, a large Chinese battery company, has designed a cell using our technology, which is able to run very well at 5C, which means it's a full discharge in 12 minutes and a full charge in 12 minutes. So they can do both fast charge and high power applications. But for sure, to get to high power, you have to design the cell for using our material. So they've done a very good job, and so that's the best so far. Some applications like power tools and a few others that have really high power bursts, probably going to be difficult to do with our cells alone. But most like EVs and 3C and the small batteries we talked about will be fine, right?
Awesome. Thank you, everyone. 请深圳和 Marco 准备好打分环节。
Please prepare for the scoring.
Alright. We need to do the evaluation for the next team and submit the score. All right. Awesome. For the poll for judges, please just ignore the scoring page. The page will close automatically after scoring is completed. Thank you very much. Okay, good job, everyone. Good job for all the results we have received. Well, thank you everyone for joining our event. I had a great time listening to all the amazing presentations and ideas and all the feedbacks. I have learned so much from everybody. I hope I can see you guys again at our next roadshow. Our next roadshow will be scheduled between November 15th to 30th. We will follow up with everyone once the date is finalized. Thank you again, everyone. And we are calculating the final scores right now. We will show the score on the screen again after 10 to 15 minutes. All the speakers, if you like, you can stay online and wait for the final scores. It will be, yes, Bruce, you have a question.
Quite a number of years now. I have to give compliments to SCI. This is some of the best candidates I have ever seen. Whoever did the recruiting, found these particular startups, did an excellent job. Congratulations. Great cohort. The best
Thank you so
I've
much.
seen in all these. Kudos to everybody at SCI. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, everyone have a great day. You can stay online to wait for the final result. Thank you.
我们现在进入最后的评分环节了，是吗？
对了，现在会记所有的。
So are we at the final calculating session? Right, that's right. We'll take about 10 minutes. Okay, please send me beforehand because I want to prepare the awarding ceremony. Okay.
So everyone can also wait online for that. It will happen in like 10 minutes. We're calculating all the scores and double check for the previous scores, make sure that everything is correct. Thank you.
习主席那个视频赶紧播一下。
各位领导，各位选手，
暂停一下。
各位领导，各位选手，各位来宾。
Distinguished guests, leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This year, the COVID-19 continued to influence the global economic growth and the social lives, and also changed our lives and the working models. The pandemic asked us to respect the science, innovation, and enhance our understanding of a community of a shared future for all. In such a context, the China Shenzhen Innovation and Entrepreneurship International Competition, the Canada division, are having its final competition today. And here, on behalf of the Sci Innovation Centre and the Canada Confederation of Shenzhen Associations, we'd like to extend my gratitude to all the partners and colleagues.
Economic development and social life. The pandemic has changed the way we live and work. The 5th Sci Innovation Competition hosts its online roadshow today. Here, on behalf of the organizer, I would like to express my warm welcome and thanks to all the leaders, judges, contestants, and partners who participated in the competition. Innovation is the soul of a nation's progress and the driving force for prosperity. The purpose of today's competition is to integrate innovation and entrepreneurship, assist overseas innovators to connect with China's investors to explore the China market and achieve the mutual benefits and win-win results. This competition is jointly organized by Canada Confederation of Shenzhen Associations and the Sci Innovation Centre. After the success of the first 4 years, the competition has built an excellent channel for science and technology innovation, cooperation between Canada and China, and between Toronto and Shenzhen. 本次大赛同样得到了深圳市政府、中国。
And this platform also received support from the Sci Innovation Centre, the Canada Confederation of Shenzhen Associations, and Shenzhen Municipal Government. As an innovation platform, the Shenzhen's inclusiveness diversity and vigor also impressed the contestants. And after 4 years of the competition, it has attracted more international talents to communicate and cooperate via this platform, and is highly valued by the organizer. And here I wish all the contestants and judges all good and achieve a better result in the final.
Thank you.
维维。
现在到了最紧张、最让人期待的时刻，我们即将宣布今天的比赛结果。经过现场计分员的统计与复核，我们评选出了本次加拿大分站赛决赛的晋级名单和获奖的1、2、3等奖。首先，我们先来公布本届加拿大分站赛的晋级名单，请看大屏幕。祝贺以上14个项目成功进入行业决赛。有请深圳市亚威信息科技集团执行董事、SCI 中嘉国际创新中心联合创始人刘环明博士上台，为即将公布的获奖项目颁奖。有请。接下来将要公布获得3等奖的项目是请展示大屏幕。Solaris, Tyan and Symmetric. Congratulations. 下面请公布获得2等奖的项目。R&D Diagnostic Soteria， 让我们恭喜2等奖的获奖项目。请刘博士与获奖项目合影留念。即将公布本次加拿大分站赛的冠军，获得1等奖的项目是 Maxwell， 大家请以热烈的掌声祝贺1等奖获奖项目。恭喜 Maxwell 荣获1等奖，请刘博士与获奖项目合影留念。再次祝贺荣获1、2、3等奖的项目，请所有的晋级项目和获奖项目一起合影留念。感谢刘博士为获奖项目颁奖，请留步。让我们期待晋级及获奖项目在未来的比赛中取得更加优异的成绩。第5届中国深圳创新创业大赛国际赛加拿大分站赛决赛到此结束，谢谢大家。 请台下的领导、嘉宾、评委以及现场的工作人员共同登台合影留念。Thank you all these contestants and judges to participate our annual event. Thank you for your hard working and see you next year. Thank you guys. And we are going to take a photo with you guys. And just stay for a moment, please.
You want some.
Wow, thank you so much. I know that our company is extremely worthy. Our team is tremendous, and all the competitors were so wonderful. So we're really honored to have participated and to have this recognition. Thank you so much. We will have even more to share the next time we connect as the company is moving forward in very exciting ways. So thank you so much.
Hey, congratulations, Mayor.
Yeah. Hi, Mayor. Congratulations on your team winning the. I think you're the champion for today. Not only just for the $20,000, but also you'll be invited to the. I think the next round, as I mentioned early, late November, to a global session where people from all over the world will come to see it. Yeah.
Excellent. That's excellent. That's tremendous. We certainly have a global reaching solution, and are really excited to make those connections.
Yeah,
and,
sure.
Yeah. So,
I will work with you in details, and I will email the details, Mira. I will be working with you. Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah. Talk to you soon.
Great.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thanks so much. Much appreciated.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
Thank you.